Welcome to the Demon Blades, part 7, session 7, part 1. It is the 29th of June, still June, 2024, so close to July. And yeah, I am Viktor the GM, here are the players.
Hey, I am Sean. I am driving Falkwin, as ever, the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally. Also, I have green hair now.
Exciting. I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin. Might get a chance to do that this episode.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a Half-Elven. I was going to say Skaven. A Half-Elven explorer who infiltrates.
Yeah, you just got Alexander on your mind,
Skaven and
like with
half-elf.
Yeah.
Is that just a big-eared rat? Big-eared rat.
Yeah, aye.
It's cute.
What did you do in your what did you do in your level up, Chris? Honestly, how did you change?
No, I have.
Your ears seem to be expanding.
Yes, I can now hear for miles.
I can smell sounds. Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry, and I promise I will make Nori a cool bow. Promise.
Excellent. So, what do you remember from last time? There was a lot.
We are in danger.
Naughty.
Don't skip to the end.
There's so much to unpack.
We seem to do that, don't we?
Just pride.
Yes, happy Pride, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to put my notes down because all I wrote was the name of the moon. We got too involved.
Yeah.
I think we spent a lot of time worrying about how to get out of the situation with Pride alive.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that she did pretty
and
much
even more than that, we spent a lot of time going up and down stairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Many stairs were involved.
So many steps. We got steps.
Our stamina levels have risen.
Yep.
We have committed grave robbing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Again.
One person's now alive. So
it's fine.
Does that count?
So does it count?
Retroactive. We agreed to a deal with Pride, despite spending quite a lot of time going, is there any way for us not to have to agree to a deal? But we kind of figured that we'd already done half of it. So we were really, like, it's that weird, like, is it a favour for you? Is it a favour for us? How is this?
Like, the only thing you had to give up was a name. That was really the cost on your part, besides not speaking about things. So there was no, like, major negative on your side. You actually gained a lot. It's good.
And yes, we got to bring 2 people back to life.
Hell yeah.
Using something called a soul well. Yes.
Which is the in the vault that you need at least 3 of the blades to successfully access. Which did mean we had to involve other people.
They were surprisingly forthcoming.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, Pride's up to some bullshit. It's fine. We'll
I mean, if
we'll
Pride
go along
does
with
bullshit,
it.
Margot's going to fucking kneecap. Like, going to be walking like an ostrich with the knees that go that way instead of that way. Pride's going to learn. So
However,
okay.
to be fair to Pride, Pride did bring 2 people back from the dead. People she killed. So, like, not 100%.
Allegedly!
But to be fair, allegedly.
Consider Sanders' reaction. I think it's...
And she does seem to have gone to significant personal effort to do that. She was hired.
Yeah.
Even just going and, like, taking on an angel to get Sanders' body for the party, and using people that seem to be indebted to Pride to get used there and back.
Like, I mean, she did put the angel there. Which she shouldn't have done. We're slowly learning, you know. She is completely cleaning up the mess. She is completely removing all evidence of herself. We're not
Which
dumb.
Seems like also this blew up in her face way more than she was expecting.
Yeah, she is erasing all signs that she ever existed or did anything So
save
yeah,
her pride.
I'm skeptical of that. I think she's very old and very powerful and very smart, and this has some scent of the sort of abusive, like, oh no, I didn't mean to hit you. Look, I'll help you get better. Look, I'm being a good girl now. I'm like, don't worry about all those evil things I did. Look, I'm fixing it. I'm clean slate.
Are you trying to
Yay.
say the first colour in
Oh,
her pride flag is red?
I've been caught. I just said sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Indeed.
Better than gaslighting us though. So,
Yeah, she is
Process.
ultimate girl boss gaslight gatekeep.
yeah, no. But no, it's very much clear, like, that's Loudon back, that's Samda back, who were both dead at her hand, allegedly, definitely.
And the sword.
Yeah,
Yet
we
to be
have now
seen.
learned that that sword contains the souls of what we think is the people she manages to kill with it. Which, considering how old that sword is, that's
Alarming.
that's probably quite a high number. And
In fact, you might
probably
say a
not all-
cacophony.
A
Yeah.
cacophony.
But no Fae, because Fae don't have souls. So it's all people of this realm that she's got in there. Great. It's great. It's fine. It's great. It's great.
Yeah,
It's fine.
totally
It's fine.
fine.
It's guys. It's fine.
Yeah.
Everybody, don't worry.
Which
We've
again
got-
breaks the cycle for everything that we've been
Yeah.
trying to
The devil seems to
feel
do
like we've tried to protect.
Mm.
But
Well, she has made the deal that she's not going to start shit again unless people go for her first. If somebody swings first, she's allowed to take their arm off. We've said that's okay, but none of this again. And she's agreed. She has very much agreed.
Very quickly as well, like, very happy to be like, no, this, you know,
This works.
I'm on board. This is good enough.
She has a plan,
again,
and we are dancing to it, I think.
You're so skeptical.
Could be.
I'm a skeptic at
yeah,
heart.
but I was going to say the
I
same.
don't trust her.
No,
Be-
and nor should we. But
No.
I definitely think that even now, like, I think the greater thing that happened at the end of the last session was a citywide alarm went out from the Arcanatrix in our heads saying city's under attack, and Vermi, Pride, Helborn could not remove their swords from the vault. It was locked down and they couldn't get it out. So currently in our team, Margot is the only one that has their blade. Pride seemed really quite surprised, as did everyone else. So whatever is now afoot is not to do with Pride. Pretty confident it was the Rakashans. Oh, and Nori had a fantastic scene last time with the Galadriel character.
I mean, you
The
can call her by
Galadriel
her
insert.
name if you
I
want.
want-
Destellar.
Modestellara.
She also is that OP that she just took 2 soul gems and did that, and the souls came out, and she just dismissed them.
Squeezing toothpaste.
Easier, I'd say.
Sending toothpaste back to the cycle.
So yeah, if the Rakashan Emperor and Empress are still here, they're in very big trouble, but I highly doubt that they are. I think they might have ran before this is all kicked off, because we, as, or at least myself as players, and I think we discussed this last time, are confident that they used that because there was the implication that the Ferrin were drawn to magic, and that amount of those soul gems in the city would be a beacon.
And then we resurrected 2 people. So.
And we resurrected, so it
entirely
even
absolved from
harder.
blame.
They were on their way anyway because of those crystals. They may have just started sprinting, is the difference.
Yes.
But they were coming anyway. So yes, the Rakashan's gift has suddenly made a lot more sense. It's an attack, potentially, on the city and all of the denizens, and by proxy, all of the blades. Because they are all there and they are all present. As are some of their, because Greed's here. Because Pride couldn't.
I mean, it's currently a 3-devil city.
One of them knows it's a 3-devil city. No, actually,
Two
none
of
of
them.
them know. None of them know it's a 3 city. Pride thinks it's a 2. Greed probably now knows it's a 2. Sloth doesn't know. And he did implicate that if he sent out his little ping to find them, they'd hear it and know where he was. So
We know it's a 3 devils.
we know. And whatever Ferren have ended up in Sloth's house.
Can you imagine the tea party where they're awkwardly just sat at the table and they don't know why?
Yeah, that's
That is-
Do you want would you like to drink?
That is so sloth.
Out of the 3 devils that are here, that is the last one you actually want to meet, because Pride will probably just kill you. Greed will probably just kill you. Sloth might not be as quick.
He couldn't be bothered going to the effort to kill you. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, join me at the table." It's like, no, what are you making trouble for? Don't make trouble. Oh, fine, fuck it, I'll just kill you.
I think he'd educate you. He was given the sword during the Fey War for a reason. I think he has got the tenacity for some horrible shit. But yeah, we are currently in a room filling with several Ferren with some of the most OP characters. So it's scary, but not too bad.
Yeah, it should be fine, right? It should be fine.
Just in case there is a Commander Ferren or whatever is controlling them.
Commander Ferren?
Commander Ferren? Ferren. Because we don't know where they come from. We don't know where they go. We don't know where they come from. Cotton,
they come from Faerun.
We cracked.
Oh no, the lawsuit's incoming.
I did think when you called them Ferren, I was like, is that ruined Fae?
No, it's off of the world Wild. Ferren. Feral. That's what
but it was just anything to do with Fae. I'm like, oh.
To be fair, I did
like
notice that you've got like Ferren, Fae, and there's another F word that I've used in this, the Falgain.
Falgain.
And I'm like, I need different words. Basically, it's
you need to write down the alphabet and score out F. You're not allowed that one anymore.
I've used my allotment of F.
3 of each. 3 of each.
Run out of F.
This is like a Song of Ice and Fire with the 4 Johns and the 4 Roberts.
And you're just like,
that's very accurate.
Like
pretend history mimicking real history. Yeah.
Like what one's that? The one that didn't get their head cut off. I thought like 2 of them got their head cut off. No, one of them got their head on a spike. The other one got their head cut off. And you're like,
there's Bloody Mary and there's Mary. They're not the same Mary.
No.
So for our goals that are currently in play, we currently have try and help Chiral. We've got Eat the Rich. We've got learn about Sanda's death, which was still got some pending to do
a conversation.
What happened to Master Amblin? - visit the moon.
Important.
So good. I love it so much. We've then got learn more about Bran and El, the First Blade, what happened to them, and then all the question marks for Ciri Thane, as per usual. And then we've got Ferren diplomacy.
We're about to do that.
It's a very unique take on diplomacy. Yep.
Some extreme diplomacy is about to occur.
What's the Star Wars line? Some aggressive negotiations, I think.
Some aggressive negotiations.
Riven has renamed her sword diplomacy.
Did you tell them what your sword is called and what it means?
It's Clavis ad Urbum, and it means key to the city.
That's cool.
Because Riven got Talanis into the
council.
Chair, into the council, so it got her into the city. So it's like, well, you always have access because you did that. So she made her the key to the city.
Oh, that's very cool.
Talanis better be okay. Because Blender time.
Last thing as well, Hannah would mentioned, obviously you learned the name of the moon. Do you want to tell people the name of the moon?
It's Soma.
Soma.
That's what I have written down.
Soma.
Moon name.
Yep. Yep.
That's about all the notes I took last week.
Fair.
What was the fantasy setting where Soma is the drug that is ravaging them?
I don't know.
Is that not Skooma? And Skooma's
Skooma. Skooma's a thing.
Skooma's Elden Ring.
Not Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls.
Elder
Get
Scrolls,
Elder Ring on the brain.
totally, yeah. Just
That's all. I knew that.
Yep.
I knew that was coming.
Yep.
I was like,
Yep.
other one.
It's
The
because
other
I've been
Elder.
collecting the spells in it. So we've got Soma is
Brave
a
New
game.
World. It was Brave New World.
Right, okay. I was gonna say because Soma is a game as well. So,
Mm.
so yeah, but no, I liked
Yeah.
it because it was to do with the demigod structure for the Church of Night, because it was Soma is who Samda worships.
She isn't
cool.
all the cycle. She doesn't like the cycle. Well, she doesn't worship the cycle. Worships
Yeah.
Eve in her house.
Yeah, fellow Church of Night.
Yeah.
Woo! Spooky
'cause
people.
I don't think you learned the name of the sword, because I think I want to say it was a Night script on it, but the sword was called Soma's sister. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So I don't mind trying that because I don't think it's relevant to any future arc.
It's not going to cause anything, yeah.
Yeah. Just it was a fun tidbit if one.
And I pull out of my bag.
I've got Soma's sister right here. Here you go, Samda. Help.
As I said, I think they're just gonna German suplex Faerun to death, just like boom.
So
Next
speaking
token,
of,
again. Let's go.
yeah, literally, let's go. I think we're gonna need some initiative rolls.
Ah,
I'm matching that.
Unknown, flat roll it.
Right.
16!
But it's
I'm going to be
not-
so
it's not
glad
an unknown
for
roll.
my recently improved edge.
Use no the
6.
difficulty for the Farron.
Oh, there's 6. It was just in case there was
Mhm.
perhaps some
That's okay. That's
unique
why I'm like,
ones.
as I said, always try and clarify before we roll.
Right, so
I will
I've
create
got a
the
s-
initiative roll.
Oh no! It's fine though, it's not a 1.
I mean, doesn't a 1 just
How
insta
can
turn
you
you
get a
into Gomira?
failure?
There's other
initiative?
things I want to do before I bird out.
So
I've got
Bird
plans.
up.
the rolls, the way they translate essentially is it's whether or not the Theron can act before or after you guys.
Mhm.
That's
They
the,
are getting to act
Yeah.
before.
so their initiative,
Yeah.
any enemy's initiative comes in static basically, and it's whether you can react before them is the roll. So similar in concept to normal initiative rolls in other systems, it's just handled slightly differently. I think technically slightly more elegantly. But let me just set them to where they live. Then just
Why didn't I get a failure then?
because you never put a difficulty in.
You've just rolled initiative the way I did. I didn't put the difficulty in either, which is why mine does
Okay.
not say.
Let me just stick this
Hell
plate
yeah.
up. And then
You want me to do
I'll
that again?
be right back.
No, I'm good. If you want to roll against the initiative again, then actually put the difficulty in. I don't mind if whoever wants to do that wants to do that, but you're taking the next roll. It's the risk. I guess in your case, it's not that big a loss because you're still going after them currently anyway, right?
Yeah, me too. You may as
Mm,
well, because we're both going after them. So it's a
It
difficulty.
depends where you put me on the
6.
map.
I mean, what map? You know your
If you put
maps.
me right next to them, I don't want to be there.
Come on!
Nice, nice,
Let's
nice.
go!
Right.
Riven's in.
Roll,
Was it an 18 you got,
no
sorry?
bonus,
I
difficulties.
got, yes.
18.
And I get an extra 2 damage on that. I give them the middle finger, psychic damage.
No, you don't. You give them 2 fingers.
You rolled a 12 again.
Oh.
Oh no, you rolled a 5 the first time. You rolled a 12. I'm
5
looking
last
at your
time,
old
aye.
initiative. So actually, you went up. You've started.
It
Well,
also
do you know what?
saves me from changing
There
the
you go.
number in the.
There you go, Victor. You should give him something nice because he saved you doing work.
That's how that works, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, what did Falkwin get? Falkwin got 8. Myr'ra got. No, they didn't. They got a 6.
6, I think.
Got a
Yeah.
6. Let's reorder this. Excuse me.
I do like that none of us were willing to spend effort in
Oh,
order to try and beat the
100%.
Farron.
Just like,
We're all just like, we'll accept what this is.
yeah, this is the dice will decide.
Yeah.
But
Effort comes now.
Only like if you need to alpha strike something is really crucial to burn effort at this stage, though, right?
The fucker is coming. Let's get them before they do the thing.
Yeah, like see if the scenario is they're running to jump on their blimp, and you don't want them to escape on their blimp, and you're like, I need to make sure I can get to them and pin them down before they get on their blimp. I also am including no blimps in this game so far.
The Farrens have a blimp.
The Farron blimp! That's where they live! In the sky!
Oh no! That's why we can't find them.
Yep, no one ever looks up. Is this...
Helborn just psychically talks to the one dragon and goes, that thing is full of very flammable substances. It's like, what? Pride can't be ours. Pride's a 0. I will stand here quietly.
I've just had a telepathic message. Lockheart's just said, remember when? I got that message, we just got a bonus.
Oh, dear. I mean, no.
No.
Let me finish this before you distract me, okay? Let me get the turn order done, and then you can distract me.
Bamboozle them! Bamboozle them now!
I get so much brain power right now. Because it's a busy room.
And so many NPCs.
I know. Right, so we've got...
You've got Pride, you've got Power, so you still need Verme, you still need Loudon, Samda, and Joy. There you go. Yay!
That is
everyone.
Yeah. Okay. I think... see.
Guys, we're going to find out how strong they are because their difficulty is going to denote their and their the order, and they're going to be fucking monsters. We're not going to roll first. They are. Pride just says no. Pride doesn't get a number. It's just a smiley face. It's just like the colon D, just like ah.
No, they're in the order I want them to be in. I am.
That makes sense. They're in a narratively.
Yes.
Yeah.
I...
impactful order.
Yes. So, for the people at home that can't see our initiative, just to run through it, we've got Riven up first, then some Farron, then Nori, then Falkwin, then Myr'ra, then Pride, Verme, Quilburn, Margot, Sander, Loud, and Joy. Everyone remember the song. Now, have we forgot anyone in the room?
We're narratively excusing Lockheart.
Yes.
So we're good.
Okay.
Because I don't believe that
we didn't invite anybody else down.
Was out to
Half-Elven
fight.
is not out.
Half-Elven is not out. I can bring her out. She doesn't fight on her own, but she can give me an asset to my attacks.
So
yeah, so
if I bring her out.
They have cool combo animations, basically.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, no, that looks like everyone.
Cool. So the scene that we ended on was obviously the alert going out to those who needed it from the Arcanatrix, warning of the Farron attack, and then not mere moments later, rushing down the stairs into the Vault of the Five, where several Farron that seemed to like come tumbling in, like seemingly with purpose, not just like let's check this room. Running towards the group. Naturally, the three with blades stuck in the floor went to retrieve them and got a bit of a that's odd moment. And then I think that happened before the Farron turned up. Narrative doesn't matter. It's all high drama anyway. Obviously, Pride looked somewhat worried, given that yes, they still look a bit frostbitten from the resurrection of two people, quite frankly. The use of the soul well itself. So, yeah. In the room itself, as we know, it's fairly like hemispherical, like the whole space that you're in. None of the vault doors, the 5 big doors that are around, are open. The double doors near the stairs are obviously batted open as these Farron have come tumbling in. And yeah, you guys are in the center of the room near the soul well. Remember, the stairs go down from the door in because it's all sunken in. There's only that small ledge above, which is probably quite high above. It's probably something like 4 Rivens up, right? Something like that, 3-4 Rivens high, that ledge.
Riven is a unit of measurement.
So, yeah, it would take some effort to get someone up there, essentially, if you were looking to get like a vantage point. Or just kite some Farron around the circle. There a circle, yeah. But essentially it is effectively a sunken circle that you're in. The only kind of way in and out of this room has several Farron running at you. From what you can tell, it looks like there's about 5. Yeah. Given that the table members are somewhat confused by their blades, and the fact that Sanda and Loudon have just came back from the dead, you can imagine why their initiatives are going to be as far down. Relying on that lot will be interesting to see how that develops, but none of them seem to be fighting at their peak, which is a downside. I mean, I guess Joy has a high heal in her hand.
Margot's fine.
So, what was, sorry?
A stiletto.
Margot's fine.
Oh yeah, Margot is fine. Definitely.
I trust her to break a lot of ankles.
Yeah. And like, realistically, if Colburn relies on magic, then we're probably sorted.
Yeah.
And he is also a big fucking giant dragon man.
Yeah.
As we know. It's his exact title.
He has wings. He can just use the power of gravity to fuck these guys just and up and let go.
Sky jail.
Exactly.
Sky execution.
He's the Sky Warden, finally.
That's literally the Pokemon move, Sky Drop.
Yeah. Seismic Toss,
Gravity.
right? We've got that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, Riven, what's the plan?
You know, I'm going to fucking stab a bitch. It's time to go. So, Riven...
Going for the leap,
helmet.
Farron?
Yeah. Pulls the helmet up, that kind of weird bestial bird hyena chimera-like helmet that she has. Face completely obscured, just gets the sword out and just like, I know what I'm doing with these guys, because done this once, we can do it again. And very much is thinking that her wife is somewhere asleep in this place and is a little bit panicked. So I am actually going to put effort into my roll. So, does this give me an asset? No, all bonuses are factored in. That's fine. Effort to damage. I am going to put another effort into my damage. No.
Okay.
That's great.
Are we going to re-roll that or not?
I don't have XP.
Oh, I'm talking.
I'll
to
give you
an.
Hang on.
Yeah, I'll
Actually,
give you
I have enough Twitch points to buy myself a reroll. Hang on. So I'll reroll that. Okay, come on. Be useful. This is what you're supposed to be good at.
Random dice do random things, as we know.
I know.
And to be fair, the rest of the party are really due a lot of bad rolls, just given how bad poor like Lockhart and.
I went from a 1 to 19.
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
So, as I said, the 5 or so Farron are like running, obviously, at the group. Does seem to be one in front of the others. Obviously, Riven like runs, I guess, out to like meet that one. Just like a couple of steps in front of like the main group, because they've all descended the stairs pretty much in the time it took you guys to like react and process what's happening. Given their coloration as well, they're quite hard to see in this room. Because again, the lighting comes from one of those like sparkly kind of weird crystal things up the top, but it's not like spotlights or anything. It just seems to be that the place has an illumination level. So yeah, these things definitely are quite hard to make out in this room. Not enough that they're like camouflage, but if that light wasn't on, you'd have a really tough time fighting these things. And yeah, like
I will take the extra 3 damage.
I assumed so.
Yes, please.
Yeah, they also don't seem to be wielding weaponry. Just seems to be like big hulking forms.
Right.
As we know, the Farron, the very big buff boys that they are.
Are they here to talk? Are they here to communicate with us peacefully?
Too late then.
Would you like to use your action to roll to gauge if diplomacy is an option? Because it might be a very low difficulty. It might in fact be a difficulty 0.
The answer is no.
But yes, so
one of them's holding a treaty.
Yeah. Has to rush to get all the signatures.
Yeah. They just very obviously want us to sign their petition.
They're all wearing their diplomacy capes. Yeah. Okay, what's that, 11?
That would be 11 damage, and then I get to add 3, so 14.
No, that's factored in. So
is that
remember
factored
you
in?
do 8 by default, and that
Yeah,
add 3.
I do 8, so that's the 11.
So as I said, that does the all the maths for you, which is nice. So that's 11, perfect. So just gonna try and note who is fighting who on my list. I have called this person F1.
Okay, I'm on F1.
Yep.
F1. Giddy.
Just for that. That.
Does F1 have a special transformation where they turn into some sort of race car?
If you do enough damage and trigger their second form.
Like Utena. It's Utena the Farron.
I mean, again, you just need to wait for the second health bar. Should use a speedometer. Okay, and right, I believe it's my go now.
Farron.
Yeah. So, Riven. I think we knew this was happening.
Yep. So it's a speed defense, isn't it? Yeah.
It's going to be a speed defense against a difficulty 7 because 2 of them seem to be working together.
They're gonna try and get me at the same time, right?
While I see this happening,
It's okay. Also, if there's any noise coming through my headset that isn't me, it's because apparently some people outside are having an altercation. Sounds like the joy of summer holidays. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, as you like go full into this Farron, like I guess you'll land the hit on like its shoulder or something and like dig in. As I said, you've done a significant amount of damage to a Farron before, and you know the like I guess the struggle of getting the blade into it isn't a shock to you this time because you were expecting that these things have incredibly tough flesh and innards by the looks of it. You can see like the black kind of ooze coming out of it as well as like the blade digs in, and by the time you try and get like your blade out, you've noticed that 2 of the others have like not quite flanked, but like they seem to be working in concert, which again takes away from the feral side of them, which is why people you shouldn't underestimate them because they do seem to show intelligence even though they seem mindless at the same time. It's a very strange creature, a Farron. And yeah, they do 10 damage. I'll let you deal with your armor.
Oh no, and that's to my might, isn't it?
First, yes. Yep. Obviously, I'm not taking your armor or damage mitigation stuff into account. You can deal with that.
I'm bloodied, guys, just so you know. In the might sense, I'm bloodied.
And I mean, the good thing is that took up 2 turns though of theirs, so that's a plus.
Only 3 to go.
Yeah, if they do that again, it's I got about you some time.
Yes, the next one, which we're going to call F3 for the purposes of tracking. So F1 and 2 taken into account for Riven. F3, 4 and 5 are all going to be obviously moving past Riven, the first two Farron, to the main group. How many potential targets do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need someone to roll a d10, and let's just say Falkwin.
Yay.
And you will start the order.
Oops.
That's okay. Okay. Sorry, Myr'ra.
Okay, speed defense.
Yep. And it's a difficulty 7.
Okay.
I'm going for you as well then.
Okay. Where do things come from? Difficulty 7. Now. Oh no! If I get damage, it comes out of my might. I'm going to use effort to roll.
Yeah. Yeah. Normally, it would specify if the damage was attacking something specific.
Yeah. Okay. It's close. Cool.
We're not re-rolling. We're happy with that. Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yep, 10 damage as another 2.
Okay.
You know, at least
And
again.
I take my armor into account.
Yes, please do. They are definitely fast and agile by the looks of it. These things aren't like hulking lumber things. They are swift. And seem to know how to work with each other, despite no obvious like communication such. Like they're not like roaring or barking or growling or anything. It just seems to be a fair bit of like heavy breathing. Seems to be the most you get out of them from like the physical exertion, because they're clearly pushing their bodies to perform this well. Because I mean, let's face it, you guys are all fairly peak conditioned for what you do. That mentally peak or physically peak. So yeah.
Okay, that deals with 4 of them though. We've got 1 left.
Yep. And the 5th one, who, as we know, is F5. Hannah, do you want to roll a d9 for me?
Remind me of where the slash goes.
So /, roll,
Yeah.
or just
roll.
R. You can just shorten it to R.
And then D9.
Space D9.
It says unrecognized command.
Okay, so /R space.
Yeah.
1d9.
Yeah. 1d9.
Shouldn't need to do that, but it obviously wants it.
There we go.
Okay, so let me work out. So user 1, 2, 3 along the top of the stream, and then it's Pride. Look at that.
Oh no!
This Farron was unlucky.
So yeah, this. I mean, it kind of makes sense based on how, in my head, the way you were standing. Whether or not that translates at all, I don't know. But obviously, in my head, the way every day was laid out in this room, that makes sense to me. So this 5th Farron runs at Pride, almost like leaping over the 2 that have like tackled Myr'ra. And yeah, like this thing just full on leap punches into Pride and like smacks her into the floor. As that happens, there is a massive cold snap that happens as soon as she gets like floored, literally, to the point where this room got a lot colder. There's like frost scattered out from her. Almost reactionary. Yeah. Nori.
Yeah. Good
I'm
Nori.
surprised she allowed herself to be bitch slapped like that.
To be fair, she's had a day. She's had a month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. What would Nori like to do?
Nori's like, so the exit's clear, you're saying?
More than that. So obviously we've looked around the room. We know that at least 2 or 3 of our allies are unarmed. So I would like to use one of my ciphers.
Okay.
And if acceptable to you, I would like to draw a weapon of some sort.
Okay.
From this, that can be used by one of the allies.
Sure. To whom do you offer this weapon?
To whom am I closest to that is unarmed?
I mean, well,
I would say Samda, because I imagine she's still in her armor.
Samda was buried in her armor, so yes.
Yes, and we have brought her back in her armor, so I'm going to use my cipher to draw out a weapon that Samda can use, and throw it to her, toss it to her, whichever way it works.
Yeah, like you go into your magic bag, you do your activation of the cipher, it summons the sword of some kind, and then you kind of offer it up to her. Samda gives you like a raised eyebrow of a look, like, okay, and like takes it without really any question because it's incredibly useful in this moment. So yeah, arming a warrior is a very good choice in this moment. So yep, perfect. Are you gonna try and like maneuver behind people?
Well, I don't know whether you're going to count this as another action, but I'm going to throw up the hood of my cloak.
It would be
at the same time, and then try and move away. Right, so I can't do that then.
No, because I mean,
can't attack.
Narratively, you could put your hood up, but it wouldn't activate anything. Do you know what I mean? I don't have an issue with you handing it, like going into your cipher, activating that, because that is an action. Is using that cipher, and then chucking your hood up, but it mechanically won't do anything because you need your action to mechanically activate that.
That's perfect.
Yep, cool.
So in that case, I won't be able to attack either, obviously. So I'm going to try and get an advantage point with my bow and try and get up some of those stairs.
Yeah, so you could, I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be any more Farron coming down those stairs immediately. So you could like step back up a couple of them to like have some kind of height advantage. I mean, you're probably going to be able to get to their head height, so Nori's head's in line with their heads if you go up a few steps because of how tall these things are. As I said, they vary between...
An arrow to the eye is always good.
Exactly right.
We've heard kings have been taken out by that. Yeah.
But no, very good turn. Yep, I like it. Arming Samda's good. I'm going to make a note.
I better take my equipment cache as being used.
Yes, please. Samda as sword. That's what we want. It's not nothing, it's a level 4 sword as well, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right, so Falkwin. Things have happened
fast.
Yes.
Okay, so the Farron, well, I guess the Farron are still quite far away.
I mean, this isn't... it is obviously a big room, but you're kind of locked in the sunken part with them, right? They seem to be distracted on current people, though.
I'm between either starting to chant encouragement for defensive tasks, so that would give, I guess, everyone in short range an ease on all of their defense rolls.
Probably worthwhile.
I could do the same for offense rolls. That seems very valuable because that would be AoE and it would help everyone. I guess I could also give Riven the Rip and Tear. Or I could give Pride the Rip and Tear because Pride's about to come up. And I think she wants to Rip and Tear.
I mean, Myr'ra is about to come up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But it depends what form Myr'ra's in, doesn't it?
I have questions before we know what
Yes.
Remind me again, mechanically, what's the difference between easing a roll and gaining an asset?
So, mathematically, there is no difference. It's more to do with where bonuses come from. So, one person can only ever benefit on 2 assets maximum on a given roll. So, if you have a way of easing something that isn't an asset, because someone's already capped out on them, that's good, essentially. I mean, I'll be honest, An AoE offense or defensive buff is good.
Yeah, I figured. The difference with Rip and Tear is that I can just cast that once and then it lasts for a whole minute, whereas the encouragement AoE I need to continually devote my action to. I need to continue doing while other people are doing other stuff. So if I get interrupted, it stops. But it'll be a while before the Farron's turn is next, so maybe I'm far behind enough big, strong, scary people that they'll protect their backliner. So I'm going to chant encouragement for offensive tasks, I think. I think we've got it. No, but do I? Offense or defense?
I mean, you could outsource that question to the party, right? That could be a party conversation.
Yep. What does everyone think we benefit more from? You want to buff to your attack rolls or your defense rolls?
On this round, I would say attack rolls, because you've got 7 or 8 characters that are about to have a boosted attack.
Before the Farron go again.
Before the Farron go again.
But then the Farron go again, and they go before I get to do my next buff. And my buff's only last
you can
one.
Change it.
Yeah, you can change it next. But I think I would go for attack on this round. To try and see if we can drive the numbers down.
Yeah, because can you imagine Pride, Vermi, Quilburn, Margot, Safta, Loud and Joy are all and then me are all gonna get just to go at these people.
Yeah. Okay. I will use encouragement, and I will be chanting for attack. So basically, I'm just sort of encouraging everyone to get violent.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to commit various war crimes!
Falkwin, do me a favour and just type in the chat that you're doing attack actions, just as a wee comment after that. Just because if we ever need to look back, type in the chat just that you're doing attack actions. Or attack tasks, I think the wording is.
Oh, yes.
Just as a way of narrowing down if we ever need to audit the chat log at any point.
Yes, good point. I was about to argue and say, no, this isn't an attack. But I see what you mean now. See what you mean now. Yes.
Oh, that's what I mean. Because you have options, it's like, what did I do on this turn if we ever work our way back up the chat because of how complicated combats can get. Okay, perfect. Excellent. You start chatting like your celestial words of power. Starts buffing people. Nice. Myr'ra.
Okay.
You made some friends.
I did. I don't like them. I don't want to be their friends. Am I if I try and move away from them, do they get to hit me again? How does this work in Cypher?
So, I haven't read anywhere in the combat section of the game that enemies get a default attack of opportunity. It's whether or not this specific foe has that ability.
I see.
And I'm saying that generally.
And do I remember from last time whether or not these guys?
None of you moved away.
Ah, crap. Okay. Do I feel grappled by? Do I feel like I can't?
No, you feel you feel essentially surrounded. See the kind of almost prank style, someone lies behind you and you've been pushed over type. You feel like their tactics seem to have been one blindsides you, the other does the damage. That seems to be how they've done Riven and you.
And me.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I'm maybe going to regret this, but this is what I'm going to try.
I love it.
I'm going to attempt to hover out of this situation. I'm just going to attempt to go up so that I can then attack from a position of hopefully not being able to be hit.
I love it.
That's my plan.
Yep.
And then also, so when I go bird, I can maybe bird from above and just drop onto a Farron.
And just poop on them.
Yep.
Cannot take another. I will. We'll squash.
Yeah. In terms of aggro management, you don't want them to want to double up their attacks. You definitely want to try and pull them off other people and stuff.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to try and get out of dodge for a bit, and also aerial view of the battlefield. However, I'll pop hover into chat.
Please do.
Because I don't think I'm going to concentrate. I think I'm just going to keep going until I hit a ceiling. I think I'm just going to be like...
So yeah.
Because otherwise I have to pay attention to it.
The ability says you float slowly into the air. If you concentrate, you can control your movement to remain motionless in the air or float up to a short distance as your action. Otherwise, you drift with the wind or with any momentum you have gained. This attack lasts for up to this effect lasts for up to 10 minutes. Action to initiate. So your action is to start it, and I guess jump.
Yeah.
Because you need momentum.
Bend my knees and then push up off the ground.
Because that'll leave you the momentum to move slowly up. At least.
And just head up. Just gonna drift up. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. You can definitely attempt that. What's the special effects budget on this? Is it black, inky feathers swirl around you, or what? How does hover look?
Almost her. It looks like there's almost that hint of wings that kind of beat down, and she kind of pushes up off the floor.
Nice.
While kind of going, do we focus fire? Do we try and hit them all? What's the plan, guys?
Does Riven have a reply to that, since technically Riven's your lead tactician?
Oh!
Yeah, considering how many of us there are, I think Riven is probably going to focus fire on the ones she has, and you'll just get defend those who cannot defend themselves. So it's just keep them off of the people you don't think could handle it.
Okay.
Hannah's mentality goes, "Oh, I'm doing that. I am floating away.
Me?
Yeah.
I am the danger." Yeah. No, perfect. So you're now floating, or trying to float above them. These 8 to 10 foot things. Yeah. And what height's Myr'ra again?
Slowly, 5 foot.
Yeah.
Nothing, basically.
So I think it would take all of next turn for you to, I guess, not necessarily get clear of them, but to get to their height, right? If you're jump floating. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I like it. It's good. Perfect.
It seemed worth a try.
Oh hell yeah! We got your little thumbs up as well on your screen.
I mean, if they hit you as well, then
I'm not.
They'll send you flying. So then there's this inherent annoying knockback for them, where they'll push you out of their range,
and it might
away.
The wind will just float you in another direction.
And unless they start playing table tennis with you, they could be punching you back and forth between the two of them.
I also felt like this because it's I assume vaguely intellect based. If I do want to move, means if my speed zeroes out, I can still do things.
It's at least a tactic, right? So, the scene is these things have rushed in. They've went head to head with Riven and kind of tackled Riven. They've tackled Myr'ra. They've leaped for Pride. Pride seems to have frozen some of the place, as their back has not completely shattered on the hard floor as they get literally laid out. We've got Nori assessing the going, "You need a sword. Please have sword." Hood up, slinks back a bit behind some people, possibly just behind Sanda. Then got Falkwin chanting their celestial buff for everyone, and Myr'ra, black, feathered, trying to escape the 2 Farron that are near her. And then it's Pride's turn. Yeah. So, yeah, hear a very loud snap. And that thing collapses on top of Pride. She pushes it off.
Well done, Pride.
And then
That's for Pride.
Definitely sits up. Essentially. As if, fuck.
That son of a bitch. He did.
Yeah. So we can all say R.I.P. to F5.
Can we infer that the snap was F5's spine, skull,
their neck?
A cold snap.
Yes, a cold snap indeed.
Yep.
Yep.
Ju-
bones to like ice and go, "Yous are heavy though. Let's just watch you just xylophone your fucking body."
The problem is that a lot of yous are distracted, so wouldn't necessarily have seen what happened. But for the audience at home, she just put her hands at either side of its head and twisted. Yeah.
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
gonna be fine. It's now all of the people that can one-shot these guys' turn.
So, Vermi, who is probably closest to the two that are on Myr'ra, goes to her standard, which is running and booting one in the back, because Vermi likes kicking. We know this. She has the fucking strongest thighs in the game. So yeah, Vermi like starts laying into the one that was one of them on Hannah. So we're just going to say F3 because I think that was one of the ones that's on you.
Cool. Yeah,
Right,
I had
Vermi's name next to that.
F3 and 4.
Yep. Perfect. That is Vermi's go. Helborn looks a bit bemused by everything, and then just starts casting some kind of a spell. Seems to send some kind of like cyan blue chain from his hand around to like the legs of one of the ones at Riven.
Cool.
And he just starts pulling as this thing starts clawing Riven. Like this thing's clawing at you. You can feel its nails on your armor, and like you can almost feel it scratching through your armor to the point where like if this thing had longer nails, your arm would be shredded. As it's getting dragged away, very like slowly. Like Helborn is struggling for this. As we know, he's a giant fucking dragon man. So, like, physically, he's the closest match for these things, physically. And he still pales compared to, like, their, I guess, like, presence. So we can say that F2 is getting chained up by Helborn. As he's trying to, like, reduce the numbers of this. As he's doing that, Margot just runs, and then as she leaps, just smacks that thing on the head. There's another thunder crack that snaps through the air as her hammer lands on this thing's head, as it's like clawing to get back at Riven. That thing stops moving.
I go.
So F2 is gone.
2 down, 3 to go.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just slowly drifting past one. The one's like.
I'm curious whether Falkwin's ease factor is making the slightest bit of difference, or if that's just how big the power differential between them is.
We'll never know.
Put it this way, you are adding essentially an entire level of effort for everybody. Keep that in mind. So the way that kind of works in NPC land is you're kind of making them a level higher, realistically. Like, I mean, it's not exactly translatable as a level higher, but it kind of is, right? So yeah, effectively you are. There's no way to say you were not helping, like for that way.
Sure.
Because yeah, your magic is just permeating everyone that it can affect. Let's put it that way.
But not the Ferrin.
Suddenly you feel way more buff, yeah. But
they're defended anyway, so it doesn't matter this time.
So we've got that. We're on to Samda. Samda goes after a F4. Yeah, F4. So we want for Samda. Just to divvy people up. F4. And yeah, Samda very similarly seems to like shoulder tackle into F4, the other one that was near Myr'ra. And it kind of like knocks the thing sideways for like a step enough. And as she does that, she uses her momentum to then like drive the sword into like it's like essentially just above its hip. And then this thing obviously like reacts quite the thing's just been stabbed in the hip. Santa doesn't get the sword in that far, mind you, but it's still enough, and I think we all know these things have tough enough skin that that's a tough thing to push into. So yeah, not a bad round all in. Yep. Loudon mostly stands between the ongoing fray and Falkwin and Nori, who are like behind Loudon. Loudon takes a very maternal stance, kind of body blocks them. Doesn't seem to do anything. Joy goes over and helps Pride up.
Well done, Joy.
Yeah.
Bravo.
And then
Makes this.
Pride hands Joy the broken heal, and Joy hands her the okay heal she has out of the set she was having before. So yeah.
There's Pride now wearing 2 mismatched
Yes.
shoes.
Yeah.
But they've both got heels.
Yes,
Love
but
it.
they have heals. Joy now has 2 broken
Yeah.
heals. Yep.
Yeah. Perfect.
And we're back to the top.
Okay.
Alrighty.
We made it through a
Okay.
round.
We did it that far. Right. So what would I put this through as? So it's now down to 6 because 1's off me.
Yes.
What do I do for
But that was, remember, it's a 6 if you're attacking regardless. It was your defense that was the 7 because there was 2 people on you.
Yeah, so for Falkwin, what am I doing on this? Do I get an extra effort or is it an asset?
Well, mechanically, I think, is it an asset or is it easing the task? What was the wording again?
Ease. This one is an ease by 1.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay, so I drop it to a 5, right? Okay, so I'm just going to cancel that roll and go back in because I had
Yes.
bypassed that. So it's now a 5.
Which is very nice. And the limits for easing a task, I believe, are like 6, I think, or I think something like that. It can only be eased 6 times.
80, so hit. Riven just kind of probably thankfully looks down at Margot and laughs because she knows how this woman fights and it's just like, and then kind of takes and goes, head's always a good thing to go for, and just pulls the sword out and just goes for the side of its head, like where its jaw hinges on. That's 8 damage.
Damage.
Nice.
Yep. Based on your experience with the last one, this one looked blooded.
Okay.
Blaine. I need you to make a difficulty 6 defense roll, Riven, because this thing's trying to uppercut you.
Okay.
Could I do this before you do this roll, please?
Yep. What are we doing?
No.
It's an action.
Yep. So it would need to be done when you can take an action, which is on your turn.
I'll put 1 effort in.
Apologies.
Not 2 seconds. I just want to read the whole thing. So, you negate 1 source of potential danger related to 1 creature or object you are aware of with distance for 1 round. This could be a weapon or device held by someone trying to play creature's natural ability, special in a blah 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 blah. Also trying to foil a foe's mundane attack, such as an attack with a weapon or claw, so that the action isn't made this round. You're against the level of the attack, danger, or creature action. So
it's an interrupt.
It's not an interrupt. It's a pre-planning.
Stun, I guess.
So you need to do it on your turn to prevent it. If that makes sense. So, like for example, instead of you giving the sword away, you'd want to. I'm going to do foil danger on the guy fighting Riven, so that his attack's fucked up, basically. It's quite a tricky one.
If I went before Riven.
Well, on your last turn, instead of arming Samda, you could have used foil danger on your turn. But at least we know that now. So for like your turn when it comes up, you could use that on if there's a Farron remaining. You could use it on them. But you'd need to get closer because it's within immediate distance, and I definitely don't believe you walked into immediate distance without an action ready.
No.
So yeah. Primarily, it's going to be good on your turn if you're if you are cornered by a Farron and you know it's going to swing at you. Use your action to preempt that and be like, I'm going to make sure that's not. I'm going to do my best to make sure that doesn't hit. Because you're already in immediate because of the thing having cornered you. Okay, Riven. Defense task. Yep, so you take 7 damage as this thing uppercuts you. And again, you know how much effort you put into basically it's like scoring down its cheek into its mouth. And this thing, almost on instinct, seems to have swung its hand straight up behind your sword to essentially catch you off guard. Again, these things are fast. We know this. So fast.
These things are infinitely stronger than Riven.
I mean, definitely not infinitely stronger. That would be cruel of a GM.
They are unarmed and they bloodied me in one hit.
To be fair though,
Two
like,
of them.
Jet had very powerful unarmed fists as well. So, like, being a monk in this game is definitely possible.
Yeah.
So that's goal. And who do I have left on the board? F3 and 4. Yeah, I think F3 obviously has watched you float up, I guess, but also has been kicked in the spine by Vermi. So probably swings round and knocks Vermi like back, and Vermi smacks into the kind of wall. Because as I said, it's the enclosed sunken circle wall. So Vermi gets smacked into that, and you do hear like a thud. Like if Vermi had a sore back that day, it's probably been like cracked nicely for her.
Okay. They're good chiropractors. Good to know.
But that has definitely, stopped caring about you immediately, which is nice. But Vermi has just been smacked off a wall. And then we've got F4, who was on Samda, and yeah, they're just going to lay into Samda again. Pretty much a backhander with that to try and get her away. The sword stuck in its side. So yeah, Samda's been like smacked, who like slides across the floor on one knee, braces herself. It's also probably quite nice seeing Samda in action, given that, what Samda's been through recently doesn't seem to have shaken her that much, even being laid out by Pride when she leaped for Pride, having picked up a sword she's not familiar with, immediately stabs it into the side of a Farron, and then even when she's getting smacked back, she obviously has much more practice at bracing herself in the fights than Vermi seems to have. So yeah, Samda definitely seems to be earning the Queen's Guard title. And I think that's me run out of Farron, so I believe it's Nori.
Okay, this time I'm seeing that Riven has just taken another hit. I'm just going to use my bow from my vantage point, aiming for F1. Right, so no bonus. I am going to put effort into this though.
Okay, is that to ease the task?
Difficulty.
Or for damage?
Remember the task is ease to 5 as well because of Falkwin. So it's not a 6, it's a 5.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'll ease the task and bring it down to a 4 then.
Okay. And
yeah, so if I put in difficulty 4.
And what effort limit do you have total at the top of your sheet? Is it 2 or 3?
2.
2. So you could spend another one to add damage to your roll.
Yes, I think I will actually.
So the first level of effort
bring the
is
difficulty
3
down
points,
to 4.
right? Second level's only 2. Okay. It's on the same task, so it does count that way. Even if you're using it to add damage rather than make it an easier difficulty, because it can do multiple things effort. So on this you can do 3 points of whatever your pull is to bring it down a difficulty. Next level of effort that you're spending is only 2 additional points from the pool, and you could add 3 damage.
So I'll bring my speed down from 17 down to
do you have a speed
12.
edge?
Yes.
Okay, so remember, factor that into your costs as well. It's a discount, remember. So
that's down to 13 then.
So your effort cost, if you're spending both, if you're doing those suggested ones, that'd be 5 total onto whatever you're doing. And obviously discounted by your edge.
Okay. Effort to roll.
So that'd be 1, because you're doing 1 level of effort to roll.
1.
Effort to damage will be another option.
Assets.
No assets,
None.
as far as I'm aware.
Cost.
No cost, as far as I'm aware.
Effort to damage. 1.
Oh, hey!
Okay.
Get that, 7 damage. That's 1 off Riven. Bad. So you've obviously shot that other fern enough to know where you're wanting to aim, basically, on this thing to try and get a good.
Straight in the wound that Riven already made, like
Yeah.
he did last time.
Exactly. Yep.
The arrow goes in a bit deeper.
Yep. So obviously
Nice,
the big
nice,
shoulder
nice.
gash that it's got from front to back that Riven took the sword out of to cut across its face, you've now went, perfect! Fired your arrow to that slot. Nice. Let me do some maths now.
Oh.
Okay, yep. Yeah, definitely doesn't look like it's in a good way. Looks pretty bad, in fact, at this point. Right. I guess I'm assuming you're staying put because you could go up another couple of steps if you wanted.
I don't feel like I'm in any danger, so I'll just stay where I am, just looking for my next target.
Perfect. Falkwin!
Would you believe I will continue doing exactly what I'm doing?
I mean, I would in fact believe that, yes.
It seems good.
As I said, you're effectively giving me an easy way to clean the board up because you're buffing all of my NPC's levels, which is nice. Like the efficiency joy helped Pride off the floor. It was amazing.
I mean, that's not technically an attack. It's only a buff to attack.
Depends how Joy does it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's attacking gravity
and pulls them up.
Right.
It's all about that positive mental attitude. If you believe, then it's true.
And she believes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's her stick.
Right.
So yes,
She
I continue to chant encouragement for attack tasks.
Amazing. It doesn't seem obviously like an exciting turn, but the actual mechanical impact on a fight is silly. It's so silly how good that move is. Even if it does feel like, I'll do the same thing I was doing, I guess, but also I know how much it actually is helping. Because if you think of the people in the list for the turn order and then think of the effort costs that would amount to every turn, that is insane amounts of efficiency. You think it's 3 points per person on that list, totaled. Yeah. Speakers are silly.
Going back to like my early Guild Wars 2 days, where a phalanx strength warrior was the main like class you would bring to buff. Like this, like you couldn't get might any other way. Basically, at that point in the game, well, that was the easiest way. But going in with just 5 DPS versus with 4 DPS and a might buffing warrior, the difference, like properly building your buffs would be like 5 times difference in effectiveness or something compared to just hitting stuff. Yeah, buffers are good. I will buff you all. You will hit hard.
We have been buffed.
Like 33 points of a stat is what you're adding. Just so you know every turn. Obviously, ignoring edge, but yes, that is just, I want to quantify that boring turn is insane. Mechanically.
Yeah, because it's AoE, right? That's 3 points to everyone else in the turn order.
Yes. And for NPCs, it is, again, quite a nice kick up the difficulty tree. So yeah. Myr'ra?
Okay, as I continue to drift slowly upwards, I'm going to glance back and forwards between the one fighting Riven and the one that's just like booted Verme and go, they seem to have that one, and I'm going to reach out with my mind and I'm going to onslaught mentally the one that just kicked Verme.
Okay.
I'm going to try.
Nice.
So this bypasses armor.
It does.
It's less damage up front, but
I'm going to tell you this up front as well. This is a difficulty 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. What is going on with these things? Okay, well, I have to cancel that and go back then. So it's a difficulty 7 because of Falkwin. Or was it a difficulty 9? And it's
No. Like, I'm not mathing in. So it is 8 is where it starts. Falkwin will bring that down for you, yes.
Okay. Okay. Right. What am I clicking? These things are so interesting.
What's going on with the Theron?
What is going on? Sorry, actually, I'm very close to my camera. I'll try to move
That's
back
okay.
slightly.
Go as close as you like. We've not done a crazy, perfectly timed power zoom for anyone yet. Dun 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 dun.
Oh.
Dun dun
I
dun.
realise my eyes look quite bloodshot.
Power zoom everywhere.
Do I use 2 effort to roll to lower it then? Or do I save it for the damage? Because it doesn't do very much damage. But it does as much as physical things. So
what's the difficulty here? Is it because you're floating and it's hard to control your actions?
I think it's just they're mentally shielded, which is fascinating. Yeah, I'm going to use 2 effort to roll.
Okay. So let's, if we're looking at it from a numbers point of view, obviously it's an 8 to start with, but Falkwin's making it a 7, right? So that means your d20 roll needs to be a 21.
Which is not possible.
Yep. So at least 1 level of effort is needed.
Make it an 18.
And it's then entirely up to you if you want to bring it down again or add the damage up.
I don't. I've also now clicked onto the asset page, so I'd have to click cancel and start again.
That's
okay. No, I'm going to try and put 2 efforts into getting it to hit.
Okay, cool. So we're down to a 5. Is that right? Or a 6? Sorry. What are we at? So it was a 7, then 6, and 5. 5. So it'll be a difficulty 5. Obviously.
Anything above a 15.
Everything just moved on my screen. Fine. Understandable. But fascinating.
Definitely.
I will call out for the other magic user in the room. Their minds seem to be equally well armored.
Yeah, and Quilburn replies, "It isn't only their mind."
I look at him in confusion.
Their souls.
Their souls?
I mean, the implication there is it took him more effort to like magically chain that one.
Yes, true. So maybe just generally magic resistant.
So yeah.
Fascinating. Sorry guys. And I continue to float up. Okay.
But yeah, like you, as I said, as you try and like send out your like psychic energy damage to this one, just seems like it goes straight through the thing. It doesn't even hit anything. It just doesn't connect. Yeah.
I have so many questions. I was writing a new research project.
Well, somebody should have by now, right? Like somebody should have done a Ferrin research project by now. Right, Myr'ra, that is yourself. We're back to Pride. Just walks up to the one that Samda was obviously like working her way back to, just lifts its arm up, grabs the sword, and just pulls the sword up. That Ferrin.
Splitting it in 2.
Nasty.
So yeah, doesn't quite split it in 2. The sword probably snaps on the way out, to be honest. By the time like it hits all like the collarbone and stuff and like the neck, but it didn't stop Pride still lifting her hand.
Whoa, my vanish. No, never mind. It said it lasted for an hour. It should last for an hour.
I mean, unless it's broken. And that level 4 sword did not survive Pride dragging it through a level 6 creature. Also, that level 6 creature didn't survive. So, win? Ultimately.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, Pride does not look happy. Pride looks pissed off. And still frostbit. Yeah, like Verme comes off of the wall. Again, goes in to try and like trip the Ferrin she's dealing with. Seems to manage it. That Ferrin ends up getting floored. So that one's off balance. So that one is now 1 easier to hit for the next person that has a go at it until it can do anything about it. So that's F3. Down. That was Verme's go. Quilburn is then going to he's gonna help Verme. He would. Like, yeah. So yeah.
Absolutely. Be a good uncle.
So yeah, while this thing's been like tripped on the floor, he's just gonna put his like big scaled clawed foot on its back and like grab its arms and just pull them back to pin it. We can safely say that's probably eased twice now. If somebody's trying to do something to that one. That now has Quillburn in it as well. Quarterback as that now looks like. Okay. Then Margot is going to have a go at the one that's obviously having a chomp at Riven. And it did not have the most health left, as we know this thing was in a bad way, so it does not take much for Margot to dispatch this thing. And Riven, very, very intimate experience with Margot's hammer and the lightning coming off of it. Yeah.
Ooh, a wee tingle.
Yes, yes, indeed. Excited indeed. As this thing like just collapses at the knees. By this point, its jaw hang half off or whatever. Its shoulder ripped open with an arrow stuck out of it. The kind of black ooze coming out of it, and it kind of like slumps to the side. Margot's there, very dishevelled looking. The hammer looking, it needs a good clean. Spark still coming off of it. And that's F1 gone. Who have we got now? Yeah, like Sanda goes after the one that's obviously being held down as well. And I think we can safely say that given the prowess of the 3 people on that one, which is Verme, Quillburn and Samda, I think we can safely write off F3 as well. So I think the room is then just filled with a silence that is pierced only by the heavy breathing of the entire fucking group. And maybe the rattling of that like hilt of a sword that's like rocking back and forth until it finds equilibrium. The black metal floor. Yeah. Just have about 5 seconds of breather time if you have any sentiment to share or actions to take. What you want to do in this moment.
Oh, sensible, Riven. Very good.
Oh, hang on, I can help with that actually.
I'd like to use that in Riven.
Oh, thank you.
So wait, so are you using that? Are you doing that recovery roll, Riven?
Yeah, just to give myself something.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just if you.
I get.
Yep.
And then it's +2, so I get
Yes.
put that up to 15. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Put it up to 7. So were you
I'd already added the 5
okay.
and then added the 2, so I was getting.
It's like, where did 15 come from? I want recoveries that good.
I'm now sitting at 15 out of 20.
Okay, cool. That's not terrible. Yeah, not terrible at all.
I have no first aid kits left. We'll have to buy one.
Okay, I've still got a couple.
Yeah.
Can I try and look out the door?
You'd have to go like run up the steps and like past Nori and I'm on it.
Float past the steps.
Enough, yeah. No,
like can I get the angle or?
What I mean by that though is you're looking at doors that then have steps going up outside them.
Okay.
So you'd need to go to the door to look up the steps.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could drift over if you wanted with your action. Like drift over to the where Nori is and up the steps.
Can I use an action to check Hedera's status?
Oh, of course you can. With your newfound power.
With my check status. I mentally reach out to see if Riven's wife is okay.
And do you want to put it in chat if you can for us?
Yes. Apologies, this is a really long...
Yes it is. Okay, so check status says you can telepathically reach out to up to 10 creatures known to you, no matter where they are. Amazing.
Does that mean I can do it at the same time? I might reach out to lots of people then.
Well, it does say up to 10 creatures. I'm assuming it's at once as a
Okay.
just fills your heads up display with a bunch of health bars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it says up to 10 creatures, blah blah blah. The individual creatures must be willing and able to communicate. you immediately know their current status, which is eating, driving, sleeping, angry, injured, fine, great, frightened, worried, and so on. Generally in the form of a short sentence or a few words. These creatures don't have to share anything they don't want to, including acknowledging that you're checking on them, or that you checked on them. But they can't lie through this connection. For example, one person might let you know that they're upset, but doesn't mean to say you know why, or what they're doing about it. You automatically succeed at using this ability no roll required. Only you receive the status information. Other people affected by the spell do not get a sense of each other's statuses, nor do they know who else you're checking on. If you spend 5 intellect points, check on 20 creatures at once, and for every 1 intellect point you spend above that, you can check on an additional 10 creatures. It's so silly. If you think of like a much higher tiered, like Myr'ra, going, how's that commune doing?
Yeah.
Like,
just
wow.
check on the whole city of
Yeah.
current former colony of Pride School.
What was that movie? Big Hero 6 with a scanner on top of the.
Yeah.
Yes, it does have big Hero 6 energy. Okay, if I can check on 10 people.
Yeah. Hit me with your 10.
I'm going to check on Hidera, Talanis.
Okay.
My mum and dad.
Okay.
So,
Dad. That's fine. Yep.
KT.
Okay. Yep.
I feel like I haven't told Sarah Thane about this, so it probably won't work. Is there anyone else in the city we'd like to check on?
Sloth?
I wouldn't do it to our demon friend. I know, you'd be dragged into him. We know how that works.
Fine. We've seen how Pride's getting on. I think he's fine.
Riven told Sarah Thane about the ring, right? And he then said...
She did. But I haven't told him about this specifically.
I mean, you get 5
I can
slots
still
to
try
fill.
and check on him.
Because you get 5 slots
let's check
to
on
fill,
Sarah
right?
Thane.
Sir.
What else
Thumbs
can we
up.
do in this city?
Modesta Adept.
Yeah, I feel like she can also probably like. But yeah, let's check on Modesta Lara. Seems like cool.
3 left.
I might check on someone at the Arcana Trail.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like, I'm going to check on Dwell.
Dwell?
The man, yeah. The rambling man.
Master Dwell.
Yep. Master Dwell.
Okay. Can I ask one other thing then? Riven, how much do you really want to know where their 2 cat people are?
That would be interesting.
Are we blaming them for this?
Yeah, I check on the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress.
Yeah.
I like how you specified Sun, Emperor, and Moon Empress, not just saying, I check on the Sun and the Moon.
I will use that.
One's hot, one's dark.
Could you do that?
Call the man who conquered the moon.
Yep.
We'll find out. Okay, those are the people I check on.
And the answer to your question there, Sean, is you'd have to try. And then, are you willing to try and make a connection to Alata? Like...
I'm actually using this on Master Amblin. The moment we're not in a combat. Checking on his status.
Oh dear. I mean, it is vague on the
that
sense
answers
of
that question, though.
Right? It is the, like...
Yeah, no, what does known to you mean?
It's so vague. I would say
that... No
that...
matter where they are.
Like, yeah.
You've seen them.
Well, you've not...
You've heard them.
You've heard of Master Amblin, but you've never met them. So...
Yeah.
That's a trickier one for me, but like, yeah.
Everyone else is good.
No, everyone on this that list you've definitely met. Right, okay, let me fucking go through this list. Okay, so this buys everybody else time to deal with the...
Sorry.
No, it's good though, for like a first tier ability as well. Or like...
And it doesn't cost anything.
What? Like, yeah.
But imagine, like, you could do some really horrible shit with it. Like, you're looking out over, like, maybe a city, there's a big group, and you're like, I'm going to scan all those people, see how they're feeling, and it's like, they all are clearly under the control of something. You're like...
But you could also, like, really ruin someone's night and just be like, I just scanned you, and you're... No, they're not happy.
Why is everyone feeling the same way? They're all smiling, but everyone is completely agony. Oh, what the fuck is happening in this eldritch room?
They have to consent, though, right? They're allowed to decide to not share stuff.
They can just not answer.
Yep.
They cannot pick the phone up.
And they know
which is fair.
It's happening as well.
Yes.
They just don't know it's a group call one way.
All to me.
Okay, let me go through this list.
I'm going to do my usual while
Okay.
this is going on. I'm going to try and pick up my arrow from the body of the... I know we said we'd just do that, but I'm just saying I'm doing something.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, you go over like put your foot down, try and heave the arrow out. Yep.
Riven's taking a bit of a breather, like, oh, I'm not good against these guys.
I mean, you've seen the other warriors in the room. They all took a beating in this fight. Yeah. So, down the list, right? The easiest ones to answer. Mum and Dad are scared.
Yep. Valid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're diplomats. They're not. This is not their thing.
However, which part of your family is made the deal?
Mum. Mum is
and
descends from grandma.
And what does she turn into? That fear may be about to trigger something we don't want in this city.
We've then got right, so we've got Master Dwell is confused.
Lovely. That seems his
I feel like that's a constant.
Yeah.
Never really changes.
Confused, but seems to be mid-casting. Like you can tell there's a strain on their body that way. Like
could be some kind of like whole arcana tricks. Like everybody gets pulled to do big things.
Then we've got Videra is the only reply he gets. Fine.
Okay. That's a reply though.
Talanis is busy. I guess is the word you get back.
Yeah.
There are definitely elements of scared with both of those. But it definitely it's more a concern.
Functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, given what Hedera's been through, this is not a great thing to have to face again, but also Hedera did get through it, and also can quantify the sheer amount of assets in this city. Much like Riven. Including Riven. So yeah. We have that. Next on the list, KT seems delighted you've contacted them.
Love it.
Yep.
We're gonna just meet KT that's gonna be covered in black, and he's gonna be like, no. I need a new shirt. Right now.
There is no response or connection with Cerethane.
Yeah, fair.
Because it was only me he opened up.
Yeah.
Or Sun.
That's right. This is also a different ring. Like, it's not a ring.
Yeah. Get nothing from Sun.
Okay.
And nothing from Moon.
Okay.
And then you have a reply
from
Modesta Lara.
Yeah, fair.
Saying, caution to those who walk through the forests of other people's minds.
Yep, fair.
Yeah,
again,
blinded.
I take it as she's still standing. I'll take that. I love that she speaks in like rhyme.
Yeah.
No, but like rhythm.
And that, I think, was your list.
Yes. Yeah.
I love that Dwell made that list. That's just like.
Yeah. I was also because I couldn't remember the main guy in the Arcanatrix. I do remember Dwell though.
Like,
and if he's still standing, it means the Arcanatrix is still standing.
Grandmaster Gimbal is the top.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
We should have checked in the fucking speaker because the speaker was with the Rakashans.
Yeah.
They might
do it again.
Yep,
they might have
free.
killed her.
People.
Okay. Just in case they've taken her out to get away from her because she was watching them.
Yeah, she was essentially their chaperone. Is the politest way to put that. Yeah.
Yeah. So just in case if she's down, there's a high chance they've killed her to run.
So it's that is actually free with no time limit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's because it's a bit like it's an instant psychic pulse, basically.
Radar go boom.
Yeah. I think because it's just a way of essentially it's a convenience spell to check in on like friends, right, or the party if they're scattered and stuff like that, right? It's are you okay and can I meta knowledge that I know you're not okay so I can come help because there's no other way I would be able to get to you in the meta. So
it's great.
Do we have time for a second ability in which Myr'ra could get in touch with the speaker?
Currently, no. You've all had like about
Alas.
6 seconds to do an action of some kind. Was there anything else to be accounted for in that one action period of time? Okay, cool.
I did mine.
Okay, yeah. Obviously,
The only thing in my mind would be to check on Loudon. Was it Loudon?
yeah. I
It
mean,
was slapped.
no, Loudon wasn't touched at all.
Vermi.
Loudon was just body blocking like you and Falkwin, initially until you
Sorry,
obviously
Vermi.
until
Vermi.
you went upstairs. Vermi was like slapped into the wall, yeah, and Samda was knocked back but didn't hit anything. She righted herself. But yeah, they're all on their feet. And yeah, they seem to be trying to take in the I guess the weight of the entire situation because they've just kind of came to and it's been attacked and yeah. And obviously Samda, Loudon and Vermi have a lot of conversations they need to have. Yeah. Yeah. Big fam energy. So while everyone's doing again catching their breath, Pride says to everyone, obviously affixing their new heel and their pencil skirt that's probably quite torn at this point, adjusting their outfit and shaking off the flakes of ice from their shoulders, and they say, "What are the chances that was the lot of them?"
Next to 0.
Slim.
She looks around and says, "I don't think we should stay as a group. I would suggest we perhaps divide and conquer."
Why can't your sword come out? What's wrong? What's going on?
"You're welcome to have a go."
I don't want to touch your toys.
She kind of winks at you when you say that, in the Michelle Gomez way that she does.
Right. Who would know why they're not giving the swords back? Is it because of the cairn? Is it the cairn? Sorry, the well? Is it a safety protocol? What's this?
So like, Quilburn does that, crossing his arms, but starts to like rub the bottom of his scaly chin, and everyone else doesn't even attempt to have a thought. They're just like, yeah. And I think that's when Vermi says, "Perhaps we should be checking on the rest of the city. I'm sure we can find weapons."
And leave the swords there.
And then
No
like,
one else can touch
I
them.
was gonna say, yeah, Vermi takes like a look at her sword, and then obviously when Riven says like nobody else can touch them, like Vermi just kind of nods to that as if that's the thought I had. Like, if they can get it out, I can pull it from them. So win-win, right? As far as she's concerned. Yeah, Pride still looks quite concerned by everything. Like, as much as they gave you like a cheeky wink, like it very much was facade, and you know their severe face is kind of like lingering again. Yeah.
Pride.
Yeah.
How's your sibling doing? Greed. You able to sense if they're all right?
She kind of like looks at you, like slightly bemused. Goes, "Are you concerned for my dear sibling?"
Concerned and also aware if they're half the strength of you, they're probably mowing through a few of them, but...
She does grin at the phrase "half the strength of you."
Yeah, I'm not daft.
And she goes, "Surely I thought you would be rooting for less of us."
Enemy of the enemy is my friend.
Not right now.
And Sean, what were you going to say is, Falk?
What if something about what just happened, something about your resurrection of Loudon and Samda, what if something about that process made the swords decide that, forgive the potential insult, you three were no longer eligible to rule?
She kind of cackles a bit at that. Goes, "Would you imagine?" And then looks at the sword and goes, "Well, up to one of my siblings to come pick it up then."
Loudon could try for the human sword.
Loudon just at that
Did she?
moment, Loudon just cuts in because I think I didn't try through that fight.
Hmm.
Fortunately not.
Do you still feel the connection to it for me?
For me, kind of just like nods. Like, yes, at no point has it not felt like.
So,
Okay.
it's whatever
Maybe,
this is doing it. Regardless, we need to get upstairs. Margot, me and you at the front.
Margot looks at your legs, then looks at ours and goes, "Aye, okay."
Want to throw you at them?
It's more of a case of all the stairs we're about to have to climb, and it's like,
Oh.
You don't throw a dwarf. Nobody
Okay,
throws a
could I
dwarf.
carry Margot? Like, could I just hover up the stairs with Margot?
It might be a lot of might checks, though. That's the only problem.
That's fair.
I think Riven would go down on one knee and point at her back and go, "You've never ridden a more mighty steed. Let's go."
She kind of just looks at you, kind of chuckles a bit to herself about the absurdity of the situation, then just kind of like does that thing where like twirls the hammer in her hand. Just goes, "I'll keep up," and then starts heading for the door.
Off. I'm running.
let's go.
Riven from the kneeling position just starts sprinting.
Pride's like, "Someone should stay here and guard the soul well."
Did you want that to be you or us? Myr'ra asks as she slows her floating towards
and like,
the door.
Pride's like, "Oh, you're trusting me here, are you?"
I'm away to get my wife.
Yeah.
You can stay. I'm happy to divide and conquer. I need to get my wife and my best friend.
Helborn says, "I fear that my magical prowess be wasted on an assault against any more Farron. Perhaps my mind could be of more use trying to free our swords. I will guard here. I will reach out if I need assistance. Fear, though, with the distance, it would be too late. But I will guard the soul well as long as I can."
I have a way to check in if you're open to it.
Well, of course.
Okay. Just, it'll be me. And then Myr'ra's gonna
just like nods.
hopefully get to the door
Yeah.
and start running up the stairs.
Yeah, like you align with the top
Yeah.
level and yeah.
Just like glide. Like
I would almost
Scarlet Witch
suggest
slide out of it.
the three peoples that sword stuck should stay. So they can then just take it and come up and start causing damage. I'd say the three of them should stay. But I'm not there to suggest that.
I mean, you still can be before you've run off.
All right, I'll run. As I'm running, I'm just say, "Wait with your swords," and just go.
Sanda just looks aloud and goes, "If Verme is staying here, perhaps you'll want to wait for her. I will go see that the city is safe." And kind of just nods. Loudon just nods once to Sanda as if, "Trust you so far," so like, you know, helps Verme like, you know, stand fully. Verme clearly looks like she wants to run into the fight, but is also willing to acknowledge her back is fucked. Like, yeah.
That took an ouch.
Yeah. You know how hard the Farron hit, so yeah. Like, Verme can hit hard, but also doesn't generally have a lot of armor on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
lightly armored.
So Verme, Loudon, and her uncle Quilburn seem to be staying put. Joy doesn't seem to know what to do other than just slowly like run barefoot after Pride. Pride does look like they're intending on staying. Pride looks like they're marching towards the door. Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. So you all start making your way up the stairs.
More stairs.
If I see anything, I'm going to call back exactly what I see, whether it be numbers of Farron or downed people, especially if I recognise them so the people behind me can hear me.
Cool, perfect. So yeah, like you and Margot up front, everybody else like in suit behind. Pride is probably directly behind you and Margot. Again, the clack 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 of the heels on the steps with the mismatched shoes, and yeah.
Styling it.
You get to the ground level, essentially. You ascend all the way up to ground level. And Pride says, probably should check outside. With like a grin on her face. That kind of playful seems to be enjoying the excuse to cut loose a bit.
You have a quick way to get outside that isn't climbing 8 flights of stairs?
Well, that's the point. You've just got to the ground level.
Oh, right.
We've done
So
the 8 flights.
you've done the ascension
I
from
thought
the
we got
vault.
to the ground lift.
So you went from the vault level, which was way below the ground, up to ground. You need to go, if you want to check on Hedera, the chamber's way up at the top, remember?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm asking her, does she have a way to get me that far, that fast?
Like, Pride looks you up and down and looks up the stairwell and goes, I could throw you.
I'll put in this set of shoes, and I just run again.
Yeah. Margot then says, hope she's well. Just nods as you're running off, and Margot goes outside.
Yep.
And then Pride just waves daintily at you guys, and then heads slowly after Margot, but more in a kind of almost playful skip.
I'm going to commit murder. I'm going to commit murder.
Okay.
And I can't even get into trouble for it. It's one that she's allowed to do. It's like she can mull her way through them and no one can be like, Pride, stop it. It's going to be like, no, I'm going to get encouraged to be this.
Is there any windows on our way up? Like, is there any way
No.
we can check? No,
There
we just have
is-
to keep...
Remember, this place was built without any windows. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's got no reflective surfaces at all. I have always seen it as a
Yeah.
completely like almost that way that metal's polished to have almost a frosting. I just like you cannot cast a reflection anywhere.
Yeah. To be fair, I was
because of
thinking,
the
like, arrow
Fae.
slits versus...
no, like, that's the
beautiful
strange
stained
thing about this
glass
place is that there is
windows. But yeah.
no openings other than the doors
Yes.
in this place.
And they're kind of the weird black stone.
Yeah.
I will have let Riven know the check status on Hedera until
Of course, yep,
like I will
yep.
have let you know.
Yeah, I'd assume you did that downstairs as well.
Yeah.
You would have got a kiss in the cheek for that.
Yeah.
You'd have to have jumped. Mwah.
Well, she's still hovering. I would have pulled her down.
I could have still been hovering. Probably done with my foot.
But yes, so you start your ascension, everyone, I guess. Everyone's running
going
up the
up.
stairs. Cool. There is obviously a lot of like the sounds of distant metal on metal clanging of a war zone ultimately. You can probably guess that there is way more Farron in the city than just those 5. Seems like those 5 went there for a reason. The as you start ascending, more and more, like you're coming across like the city guard that have just been like wiped out essentially. So it's not so much that they're like massively winded or anything. Some definitely are winded, but some seem like they're like, you know, fused with the wall, like their armor has been like smacked so hard into the wall. So they seem like debilitated in that way, rather than it's not like a part of the ship, part of a crew level of merged. It just seems like they've been handled, put to the side. So it hasn't been a bloodbath through these corridors. Definitely has to be a get out of whatever, you know, is way. As, you know, more and more people are there. You can kind of like, as I said, if you're checking pulses and stuff on the way by, like some people are still alive, they're just knocked out. A lot are dead though. And you definitely recognise the familiar traits of Farron attack on these people. Not many things can claw through armour that easily. Especially the fact that it's Cascade City. So yeah. Place is not great. As I said, the ascension all the way up. You get to the floor you need to be after a significant amount of time. And yeah, like you get to where like Talanis and Hedera would be in their office. As you can imagine, they are with like a handful of people in quite a big room that isn't specifically their office. As you guys walk in, there's quite obviously a start at, you know, the fact that people are trying to get into the room that they're in. You notice like a handful of people from some of the council meetings that you've witnessed as well. It seems like there's a whole bunch of officials that have just basically like barricaded themselves in to a location. definitely the non-combat people there. And at the top, you've got a Snowstorm is there as well, seemingly guarding the door, and Hedera comes over immediately. So like hugs into you.
Okay, all right. It's gonna be all right. Snowstorm, report, please. Anything, what's happening?
And then Storm says, "Did you travel up through the main stairwell?"
Yes.
I believe the report I have. Any of the guard have been slaughtered.
Fuck did they get in? What is going on?
And then Hedera says, they were there. Have no.
Because we would have. That's the thing that's catching Riven is this city's built in like rings. If they hit through the first,
Gems.
we would have known.
Unless they didn't.
So they've
They
either
could
Gems.
teleported in, which
Or they
you
were
know,
in the gems.
Or they were in the gems.
But you also can't teleport into the council building.
Yeah, that's like blocked.
So could they have been smuggled in within the gems? We know there were souls in there. Can souls become Faerun?
Is that another research paper we're adding to the lineup?
Can souls be Faerun?
I mean, they could have been Faerun souls, but they would be lacking Faerun bodies.
And do any of the Faerun we've passed so far seem like they're armed?
No.
If there is any Faerun bodies.
You haven't. All the Faerun bodies you have seen, which is 6 total.
Right.
Well, technically 8 total. Sorry.
2.
Yeah.
Very fine.
No, none of them were armed.
And they did have this strange magic defense, which we hadn't seen on Faerun we've encountered before.
Don't think any of us attacked with magic last time. I was a bird.
Yeah.
We were going goblin.
Oh.
So how the fuck did these things get here? Because there's no way they could have got this far in manually. Like they couldn't have hit the wall of the city.
That is effectively what Snowstorm is conveying. Is that is why Snowstorm is here, because Snowstorm should probably be with Lundoranthul. But he is here because he is one of the most competent people in this room physically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did anyone see one of them? Was it arrive? Oh.
Snowstorm just very sorrowfully shakes his head with his beautiful silver hair sliding side to side and just says, "I fear if anyone was the witness to that event, they are not with us."
I suppose then there is only one other option. They came by boat.
Snowstorm shakes his head and says they'd still have had to have their way through the city. The docks are outside the city to the west.
Could they
have been disguised?
Snowstorm doesn't know how to react to that. There is just that blank elven face of just... Yeah, you're in a world with magic, so who knows what could have happened, right? They could have been disguised, yeah.
How many of the Rakishan party were invited into this building?
It's the 2.
Snowstorm, says, I believe only the 2.
Where are they?
Last I was aware, the speaker guiding them.
Is it too much of a reach to assume the gems are the Faerun?
Kind of tilts his head a bit and goes, I do not believe we would have the time to ascertain that answer.
But it would explain how they're all over the city in an instant.
I fear that the Arcanatrix would have been lost instantly if that were the case.
We know Dwell's at least still standing.
All these Faerun trying to get out of the basket.
Yeah, you saw how many hundreds of gems.
The Arcanatrix would have been instantly.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, all those Faerun are now in a room so crushed and compacted that they're actually stuck.
Or they're too busy listening to reports about their children from Duel.
They're like, what? Either way.
Casting orderly cute.
I mean, there must be some people at the Arcanatrix who would just be like, live Faerun. Excellent. Test subjects. Let's begin the breeding program.
Shot, and they've instantly been eaten.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised Falcon didn't shout out, "Keep that one alive!"
For science!
Alubed needs it.
Yeah. Into the garage.
In the case, this place was designed to withstand the Fae. What are the protocols if that was to happen? This place has to have something to defend it.
And like, Snowstorm just looks themselves up and then goes, "The people are its defense."
Okay.
During the war, there were a significant focus aligned against an enemy. I mean, think about what that means. That means that the 7 devils all actively working on the war, as well as all the elves and all the other races. Like, yeah.
We are severely nerfed at this moment. How do we get even if we get out of this building, they're in the city. There's nowhere that's safe.
Hedera takes you to the side, Riven. Well, people are exchanging. Kalanis is still mid whatever conversation she's having with a bunch of the other delegates, as if they're trying to like draw up some kind of plan or calm them the fuck down, basically. Mostly it's her listening for 2 seconds and then talking louder.
My girl.
Yeah, and Hedera takes you like to the side away from your shot. Says, Reed was going to the Arcanatrix to look into the souls. When I explained my concerns, they too shared a concern. I could not imagine these gems are a positive thing, as we fear. But I do not believe that the devils are behind them. At least not. So that was a concern you had highlighted in the corridor conversation earlier.
This is a lot of celestial magic that has to make these crystals.
And you saw how much it takes to obviously manipulate souls in terms of power, right? So yeah.
Yeah. And Sloth seemed completely confused by them, so they've at least narrowed down. And Pride's been stuck in a box, so 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 7 are not in on this. Well, Erin and the Arcanatrix are dealing with an interesting combination of things.
And also, hello, you're in chat.
Hello.
Have we made contact with the High Speaker since the attack started?
And then Snowstorm replies, obviously, Hedera and Riven join that conversation. And Snowstorm says, the High Speaker has enacted the Sanctuary Protocol at the Whitehall. Any civilians have been there, and ideally, most people's efforts will be about securing people there behind the Sanctuary.
Okay.
Is that our goal, to get there?
He kind of looks and goes, my goal is to protect these delegates. I do not know where responsibilities lie.
I'll kind of usher him over. So it's like away from his mate, so it's just us. 3 of the swords are trapped in the vault. Those who have them cannot wield them.
Kind of nods, like very slowly, like absorbing heavy information, and then says, I do fear that my lake was more calm before I knew this information.
Why? Do you have any idea why the swords would trap themselves, or why the system would trap their swords so they cannot use them?
If memory serves, those swords unlock the soul well.
They do. You can say hello to Queen Loudon again and her guard, but later, too much going on.
Like, raises a very Vulcan eyebrow, right?
And everyone's like, later! But the 3 who put their swords in to use it, the swords are stuck. They cannot get them back. Why?
If only I had those answers, I feel like I could alleviate whatever worries that have suddenly become present.
What if the soul well is stuck in this unlocked state? Either because
Like, you can tell as you even said half of that snowstorm is out of their depth.
Yeah.
Falkwin's definitely developing a new hypothesis, which could be that Loudon and Samda are not meant to be here, and that their continuing being here requires the soul well to stay open, as it were. And the swords can't come out until the soul well is closed and locked.
Alternatively, what the soul well we now know is used for resurrection. That's its whole thing.
It was used as that during the war.
It was during the war.
Yeah.
It was the respawn point, right?
Is it because
That's
they're
your
under
working
attack
theory, yes.
that this soul well's like, oh, I'm probably going to get used? Like, the whole idea was if the Fae start hammering off the walls, the soul cairn just activated because it's like, well, city's under attack. I'm probably going to need to stay on. And then it's just like whatever it was used for. But the thing is,
could be residual energy, could be like, we don't know.
What's our next, right? So what's our
do
next
we want to
plan
go
of
and
action?
try and see if
outside?
Potentially, we either try and secure this floor and see if we can get these people somewhere that's not here. But that might be a case of us going and then me.
The council chamber is the safest place. The council chamber is the safest place if it's on this floor, because it has that fucking door that's just like,
we go and try and clear.
If we can try,
there's definitely been Farron here, and I can't imagine they were going anywhere other than that council chamber. So I think maybe we have to go and check that.
We go clear that, and then if someone with their working ring can just psychically
can
tell
ping
them
back.
Bring everyone, and then we're going to slam this door down. But I still think we need to have a look outside.
I know, but I don't know how we do that without going back down to the ground floor.
There was a balcony. There was a balcony somewhere, which was how we got to go get Samda's body.
No, that was the ground floor.
That was the ground
we just
floor.
went outside.
Yeah. Shit.
We just went outside the keep.
It's like I foreshadowed the problem of the teleporting in and out of the building.
Yep.
So, as the idea, secure this floor, get as many people into the council chamber, because I think the council chamber is on this floor. Get them to shut that, and we go back out if we're physically able to.
And you know, Snowstorm's capable, right? Like,
yeah, he's managed to keep this room safe so far.
Yep.
That's maybe him question. Does he want us to go and try and do that, or is he happy to secure this location?
Yeah,
and we just try and go outside. No, Storm.
Yeah, so you ask him that question, and his response would be, I fear that if you're implying that these Farron are attracted to magic, what possible attraction could the table hold for them? And you can tell from context he means the physical table.
Yeah, they're probably at it, chewing on it, like delicious IKEA furniture.
He's like, that would be my worry. I am willing, though, however, to relocate people if it is indeed secure. I imagine those doors would hold up more than... And he looks back to the door into this office.
The like office door.
Yeah.
Okay. So we go and check the council chamber and see, and then lay off the land.
No. Wait here. I'll go.
You sure, Nori?
I mean, Nori is
I'll go and I'll let you know if it's clear.
Very sneaky. Okay. I'm gonna continue to check his status. Can I just ping him?
Like every action, like every 6 seconds. Yeah.
He has a working ring.
It's like basically just hitting refresh on the status checker.
Yeah.
Anything happens, you call me.
So two things off the back of that. One, would Nori let that happen? And two, would you be worried people could pick up that?
Yes.
As in, you don't want me to do it? I could do it every minute.
It's entirely up to this is between Nori. So Chris and Hannah decide the mechanics of how that's going to work, so we know that how the characters will act. So Chris, are you happy for Hannah to be pinging you to make sure you're okay? So if you need backup, you will get backup in a reasonable time.
Yes, but I may not respond.
That's fine.
That's fine. As long as you're letting the status check happen, you don't actually get to respond. Really,
you don't have to think about it. I think it just it's like the clock that's like, you are here.
Okay, that's fine. We know that part, right?
At least then you'll know my progress. If you want to then follow behind, you can start following behind. But give me a minute or so, then ping, then you can see where we go from there.
And obviously, you can send panic if you want them to follow up immediately or whatever. Help required.
And just to make sure this is done too.
Yes, please. Hey!
Woo!
Not depleted! That's what we like, a good elven cloak. Perfect.
Make the boy be sneaky.
Yeah. So yeah, you slightly abstract into the surroundings, and then like Snowstorm just raises an eyebrow at that. As you like sneak off down the corridors. The door to this room is similar to the door to your like ambassadorial suite, by the way. It's definitely not like your standard wooden office door or whatever. It is still the black metal. But yeah, it is definitely something that, give a fair enough time, is it gonna hold up?
It will get through
Do
eventually.
you know what I mean? So well, you've seen how ferocious they are. Ferocious, yeah, that'll do. So I do need right. So you want to just sneak down the way towards the council chamber, basically. Yeah. All right.
Very carefully, very quietly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to give me a stealth roll?
Stealth roll. Does me have house or an asset?
Say that again. Sorry. Say that again.
Everything's just gone quiet. Sorry.
Oh, you're still with us. It's just
You're still here.
a slight delay in your end, so it seems like we're not. Oh, Discord.
So no bonus.
Nope, no bonus specifically. This will ease the task 2 steps, so we'll add numbers onto your unknown difficulty roll, right?
Effort to roll.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think I will because I don't know what's out there.
Spend those sweet, sweet speed points.
Oh,
Great.
yes. Asset. Does my cloak count as the asset here, or?
Well, it does say it just eases the thing by 2 steps, so no.
No.
It doesn't say the word asset, so I'm happy with it not being. The only thing
The
it would
cost.
limit,
There's no cost in it. Is
no
there?
cost, no. The only thing it would limit is if you were going to spend, say, 5 levels of effort to try and make it easier. If you could, wouldn't be able to because you're already easing it twice because of the cloak.
Yep.
Okay, so the roll is a 10 plus 6, so a 16. There. Very good. Yep. So, Nori, you start making your way through the corridors as you like twist and wind your way up to the kind of Grand Council chamber. Again, you're passing by like soldiers that like less and less seem mauled, but more and more seem handled. Like they've been dispatched rather than like the violence that you're familiar with from Farron. So yeah, you're not encountering anyone that's either conscious or active, I guess is the best way. Seems like less and less people have been killed though. Just like concussed, knocked out, whatever. Again, handled's the way I'm catching all that. But yeah, as you work your way through, you're not seeing any Farron. There's no sign of any, again, activity from people. Get to the big Grand Council chamber doors and they are like lying open.
I would, at some point in this proceedings, maybe like just before we left that room.
You didn't leave
like
that room.
We've not left the room yet.
Only Nori snuck away
Nori.
to scout ahead.
Oh,
it's just me.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
And I'm pinging him.
Yep.
Okay.
And until
as you were then.
Until it's relevant, like Hannah won't get any information until it's relevant because we understand she's pinging.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay. So, yep, Nori, like you get to the corridor that leads down into the tower kind of structure of this place, towards the doors. Are you going to go into the Grand Chamber room, like to have a look at it? Or the Grand Council room?
I'm going to hover by the door for a second or two, just to check inside.
Okay, so
see if I can see any movement or anything in there.
Yep, as you kind of like, kind of go inside, I do see something inside. Seems to be a very shadowy figure, wreathed in smoke that seems to be billowing down from them. Like thick grey smog-like smoke. definitely the form of a person, as if wearing like a big cloak. It's all billowing. And then like you hear as like you're like peering in here. Is this room yours now? The form turns and looks at you, again all shadowy, billy. It looks as if it's got a big cloak, kind of hood stuff, staring seemingly straight at you. It's got a big black staff as well. The staff is not breathing any smoke. It's very clearly black.
So my first instinct would be
run.
To stand very, very still, just to make sure it was aimed at me, but obviously it is. I will message back to Myr'ra.
Remember, it's pretty
the
much
the road here is clear, but
it's not a telepathic communication unless you're using your ring.
It's just like a...
This is literally just a "what are you feeling right now?" is what she gets. So
okay.
Panic is something you can send.
I went from
to that.
I think panic is an understatement here.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's beyond panic.
And you can still use the ring if you need be as well, if you wanted to send information. Remember, you don't have to like press record, speak into it, and then send it away.
Mm-hmm.
I've always imagined it's more of a psychic thing.
Yeah, I think I'll
give Chris a question to ask.
You can, yes. A player agency moment, you say?
Player agency moment. Does it look like Pride looked when they emerged from the body of Loudon? Because that was like smoky, weird.
This seems more like someone's wearing a cloak made of like a smoke machine, essentially.
Okay, so some kind of
Pride
like almost
seemed
item-y.
like dissipating energy. Allegedly, if that was Pride.
Allegedly, so true. Allegedly. Okay, good to know. Because that was where my mind went first.
Let's definitely say there was probably a slightly green tinge to the smoke energy that was coming out of Loudon for, differentiation. I will also say it does not look like the Aluben wind, the white wind of Aluben. I don't know why this is white wind, but that's what it is. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What do you ping to me? Apart from panic.
Yeah, well, you'll get the panic ping back, but I'm then faced with two choices.
Tell us the choices.
I think I'm going to be rather brave. So you really have.
Do you want to hear
serious
Hannah's
panic coming back to you
as well? First, did you say what it was like, or was that just a question? Was it a question about the Pride thing? Was that your question? Sorry, or
yes,
okay, cool.
yeah. That was my, because Nori's the one looking at it. Does Nori think? Oh, this looks like Pride.
Right.
Okay.
I will quickly press my button to send a message, and it'll just be some sort of shadow within the control room. I may be in trouble, but keep everybody back.
Okay, do you want to roll your
and I'll leave that
roll
there.
as well? Your D10 depletion roll.
Communication roll.
Hey.
Nice. Okay.
Nice. You just don't get that message. This thing raises a hand and just traces a symbol. And then it pulls like the kind of smoky hand up to like where its like face would be. And then it taps its staff. And it's this ear-piercing like tone that hits and the thing sinks.
Aim for diplomacy, Nori? Well, I guess Chris, because Falkwin's not there. So Sean to Chris. Time for diplomacy, maybe? Like, what else can you do here?
The room's empty now.
The whole thing went.
Oh, I thought you meant
it sank
just
into the
staff.
floor. It sank into the floor.
I'll replay the scene. So Nori went to like psychically communicate with Ring. That thing just put up a hand and traced a sigil, and then did this, and then clicked its very big metal stick onto the floor. That's what released a very, very, very ear-piercing tone, and it sunk into the floor and it's gone.
Somehow I thought you meant only the staff sank.
No. That was. I
The
don't
whole
mind
thing's
clarifying. Yep.
Yes.
Oh.
You doing?
Panic. We should go.
Yeah.
We had
So-
panic.
Yep.
We didn't get the message, but we
Yep.
got panic,
Yes.
and therefore we're running down the corridor. I think.
As we leave, I would like to manifest Aluben.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
Running.
Yeah,
I probably,
absolutely
unless
running.
Nori makes himself obvious, I'm probably gonna miss him.
So, so hold on. The thing in the creature inside the room has just disappeared.
Yes.
Yep.
The room is still intact. This room is still.
Yeah.
And that can use magic in there, even though you said many minutes ago that we could not use magic in that room.
Seemingly.
I don't know whether I want anybody else here.
You panicked. We're coming.
You did not
We don't
receive
have to
the other
worry
message.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you have.
Yeah.
However long it took you to get here.
A narrative amount of time, might I add. But while you have a moment or two in this room alone, Nori, is there anything you wish to do? Sit in any of the big chairs?
Oh, of course I would, but hey, I would also like to try my hand over the
Yes.
first.
Yes.
But I'm not going to do that either.
Nice.
Just you
Nice.
would, wouldn't you? I'm an elf. Shall I try it? Ooh.
Am I the person that can pull the sword from the stone? Yeah.
Yeah, you would. Of course you would. So I will quickly scour the room to make sure nothing else is in there, and I will say, Myr'ra will feel my panic is eased, but my concern maybe not so much.
Yeah.
And then I'll try and send another message.
Yeah, and yeah,
The room is now cleared, but there was something here.
Give me your other depletion roll.
Fire that again.
Yep. Perfect. Hey, and yeah, use get that.
Another 9.
Myr'ra gets that message, I guess, if it's her you're sending it to.
Well, yeah, it would either be Myr'ra or Falkwin because Riven's ring is.
No, you can send it to Andy.
Communicator's gone.
It's
Ah,
not.
yes,
You can
of
send it to
course.
anyone. I just can't
Yeah.
communicate out the way.
Yeah.
I can receive but
of
can't
course.
send.
Yep.
So yes, because Myr'ra was contacting me and felt that way, it would be to Myr'ra straight away.
Perfect.
I will be sure. I will have updated the party as we were running on. Okay, he feels less panicked, but still very concerned.
Alabama says,
he
I
said
feel
this.
like you could have summoned me when we were there.
Do you not enjoy running?
Well, we don't know how far away he got before this happened. Alu, come on.
Like
Anything
Riven
could
is
be
just
waiting.
fucking sprinting and probably skids to a stop at the door. Like, hello, just sees Nori. Kill everything.
I'm in the room with my feet up on. No.
Like, I just imagine, like, you're still, like, there, like, a couple of steps into the room, kind of, you've looked around a bit, and you're still in that almost kind of shock state of, am I still in danger? And then,
Yeah,
obviously, the rest
yeah.
of them barreling behind you.
Did you kill whatever was in here?
No. There was someone in a cloak with a staff.
Where did they
Whenever
go?
I tried to communicate, did you get my first message?
I got one message. Did you send more?
They blocked me from sending the initial message to tell you it was here, and then just dissolved into the floor.
Look at the floor.
They teleported.
Oh, so, Falcon, are you in that room or outside that room? I assume you went in with everybody.
I guess I went in
Alabeno-
with everyone.
Alabeno
Yeah, I assume we
gets
were all in.
zooped.
Yeah, Alabena's not here.
Oh.
She can't be in the room.
But that means
Oh.
it's not the magic of the room that got disrupted. This thing can go through the magic.
Yeah,
of
this thing
room.
just doesn't
Yeah.
care.
Ooh, ooh. I look at the floor. Where?
Yep.
If-
Like Nori indicates where, yeah.
Here? I like. I'm going to try and scan
Okay.
to see if that works in this room.
While that's happening, I will prod either. I'll probably prod Nori. Send a message to Snowstorm. Tell them to bring the people now. And I'm gonna like go further out down the corridor and just be like watching just between us and them. And like if anything starts coming, she's gonna run at it. But it's like get them to this room.
So it isn't just one straight corridor. This is obviously quite a busy floor, but obviously you can definitely like position yourself. It would need to be a bit further away from the party, to get like an angle on where they'd be coming from. But you can definitely act as like a midpoint to look at both directions. Yeah.
That's what I want to do. So if Ferrin come, I can be like, I can scream towards Nori, they're coming. I can scream to them, they're coming, and give them a chance. So Riven's now back out, and I ask, because if Myr'ra's going to scan, I'm going to ask Nori, tell Snowstorm to bring the people here.
Cool.
Okay. Nori.
Snowstorm, move quickly, move silently. As quickly as you can to the stone room.
Perfect. Just give me one last roll for your rain.
No!
I shouldn't have said one last roll, should I?
Oh.
Me and you need to go get these fixed.
Need your rings recharged.
Have to learn how to fix these.
Yeah.
We need to take like an online course in what we need to do.
Bunny being bad stop.
I can tell you very quickly. Remember
that seems to be a theme. I think Riven got 3 as well. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's okay.
3.
So the way to recharge it, these are level 3s, I believe. I said the artifacts were, and keep in mind your lights still work on them because those don't have depletion rolls, so they're still torches. But to recharge them, it's effectively reforging them, and it's the same way we made the alchemical potion, right? So you'll need something at level 3, something at level 2, something at level 1, something at level 0, and then you roll to see if you can get it back up and running, basically. Certain special abilities can like grant one-time recharges and stuff as well, depending on your abilities and whatnot. And obviously if you go to the right people, they can probably just be like, we'll just top it up on the charger, right? Because
the company plan.
Yeah, somebody somewhere in this city will be able to recharge those effortlessly. So
someone's got one of those like USB connectors that has all the like fucking every possible one on it. And they're like, okay, which one?
Sadly, it's Master Duell though, and he doesn't know where he's put it.
Fuck.
So
the butterfly.
Yeah, the butterflies. So yes, you've sent that to Snowstorm. Eventually, Riven will find some people coming down a corridor. Obviously, they're being shepherded, I guess, herded from the back by Snowstorm, and it's a bunch of slightly output diplomats, so they're not necessarily moving very quickly. They're definitely moving very like, this is outrageous. Like, why would you move us from a secure location to, blah 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 blah. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Back to Myr'ra. So you want to try and scan the floor?
I do, because we're about to move people into this, and I worry that there's now like a hole in the defenses or something. I also am anticipating it just fully not working because you can't do magic in this room. But I want to check.
Yep.
I know Ali Ben's disappeared, but I'm like, if something did do magic, maybe it's left a residue, maybe there's something I can trace. Maybe again I can tell what type of magic it was.
Just lick
the
floor.
I'm doing that like, is there residue like, I'm too close to the floor.
Did it goop? Did he goop? Victor did goop.
So I'll put scan.
He slammed the floor.
And again, apologies because all of my abilities seem to be ridiculously long. But yes.
So we're scanning the floor where they seem to have like dissolved or whatever. The area must be in short range. Scanning a creature or object always reveals its level. You also learn whatever effects the GM feels is pertinent about matter and energy in the area. For example, you might learn that a wooden box contains a device of metal, blah 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 blah. We've read this a few times out on the stream. So would you like to give me a roll?
Yes.
Magic key roll to feel this.
Can it be magic law?
Of course it can, why not?
Yes! Love it when that happens.
Well, it is, you're consulting what you know about magic, right? Yeah. So it makes perfect sense.
Just
it's always worth clarifying, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to use effort. I'm going to use 2 levels of effort. Could throw it all
I need to nip to the loo back in a second.
Yeah, no worries. So that's 7 total that'll cost, minus whatever your edge is?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay,
so what did we get there? It's technically 8 plus 9. Is that right? that the maths we're doing here?
Yes, because I have 2 levels of effort and...
Okay, so a 17's pretty good, right? Okay, it's like pizza difficulty 5. So, yeah, your scan works on, initially the area, and
I don't like that word.
yeah, no, right. The only thing you learn is that your scan can't discern the level of the floor, the material it's made.
Amazing. I love that.
There seems to be no residual anything.
Okay.
And I'm editing out maybe there's some dust on the floor, right?
Yeah,
yeah. Nonsense.
Again, she's probably quite good at
filtering that stuff out.
through the bit that's yeah, there's dust from someone's shoes.
Yeah.
Who is he now digestive here? God's sake.
That's probably Douglas DeGale, let's face it.
I know.
But yes.
I'm going to write down the sentence, can't tell the level of the floor.
Yes,
that's
it's such a great
sentence.
I've got a packet of scones through there, and you've suddenly made me want one.
Well, I'm going to put us on break here. So I think that's probably the best thing since we've already lost Chris. So I think we'll take our 10-minute break now, and we can go. We can all go have a scone. Everybody to Sean's house.
Yay!
Right.
Go!
BRB, everybody. BRB.
Okay.
The big
that.
wet.
Okay,
Many
so we should
water.
be back on stream.
I see our faces,
Yeah.
and I can hear our voices.
Yay!
Okay, so good hello and welcome to part 2 of session 7. It is the 29th of June, June 2024. I'm Victor, the GM. Here are the players.
I'm Sean. I'll be playing, well, I will be continuing to play Falkwin, the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally who just got yeeted back into her magic bracelet because Falkwin forgot the room was anti-magic. And Falkwin now has questions about this whole situation.
I'm still Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin and also has many, many questions. I feel Falkwin and Myr'ra could definitely just start like a whole new, like,
And you are kind of
university.
at this point, yeah.
Yeah, based on all the questions we have.
Evening all, I'm Chris, and I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate, is not a Skaven, and missed the last 2 minutes, so is full of questions as well. Oh, and I'm watching Imagine Dragon adverts on,
nice.
on Twitch.
We often imagine dragons as a group, so yeah.
There's only one dragon in this world. Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry and is completely bamboozled by all this magic shit. So I just got a sword, man. I just got my sword.
I don't think you missed much, Chris, to be honest, in the last 2 minutes, right? I think it was just the results of the scan.
Maybe
There
was nothing.
Spell, I don't
Which
know whether
was?
The floor is nothing.
I can't. Well, I
the
don't.
floor is floor.
I think the floor is more than floor. I can't tell the level of the floor, which means the floor is beyond my capabilities.
This place is made of magical bullshit.
So true. Yeah, it just says you are not at the level to know this yet. Beyond your clearance.
It's like need to pay for the DLC level clearance pass. Yeah. Okay, so the situation is that we're going to try and herd a bunch of diplomats into the Grand Council chamber to try and secure them a better room. We've got Snowstorm herding them from the back, Riven about to guide them down the right corridor, and we've got Nori, Falkwin, and in the chamber room. I think Falkwin approaches Nori, from what I recall.
Mm-hmm. No, Nori. This room is anti-magic. Yes, Alu. Sorry. Yes, I'm very sorry. Yes, this room is anti-magic, as Aluben reminds me. Oops. Sorry, Alu.
There is no, like, again, you don't feel Alu. You didn't last
wait,
time
what?
you were in this room.
Oh, it actually...
Like, remember
okay,
when you were sat in the seat watching the council, you couldn't feel Alu.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, ignore the comedy routine then. Nori, this room is anti-magic. The thing that you saw here, it just vanished through the floor.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
It, he, she, they made some sort of symbol in the air, made as though to shush me. And before that, they seen through my cloak. They knew I was here through the cloak, and then they disappeared. Just faded through the floor. Just misted through the floor.
If Myr'ra can hear this, how did you know they knew you were there?
They asked me if I claimed the room. Directly at me. I never had a chance to answer. Then I decided it was best to let you guys know not to come because this was in here.
Oh.
But I don't believe you've received that message, as you said. That was really it.
It was going to.
So the room's mine.
I love Nori's takeaway from that. Imminent danger has passed. Profit.
Fascinating.
You're going to be playing a Ferengi in a Star Trek themed game I run, Chris? Is that what it's going to be?
we haven't got any negotiation skills. We'll get to that one.
Okay.
This thing, what did it look like? How would you describe it?
If I put my hood up on my cloak, what do you see?
You
What do we
with your
see?
hood on.
Yes. I put my hood up, I fade into the shadows. This was like that, only it was Alabin. Take Alabin in the fog, turn that a bit thicker fog, and that's what I see in a shadow.
And what was it doing when you arrived?
Just looking around.
Yeah,
Nothing in
it
particular. It
seemed to
wasn't
be
casting
standing with
spells.
like
It
its
was
back to Nori, and then obviously as soon as like Nori got in the doorway and looked it around, this thing turned, looked straight at Nori, and that was as much as the exchange happened.
Do you think this was a person wielding some sort of magic item? Do you think this was some sort of spirit or non-corporeal being? Was this a magical creature?
I imagine that was a staff of some sort of power. Yes, I cannot say yes or no. I'm not magically inclined, but
Staff? It had a
yes,
staff?
it did. Big staff, big black staff.
What did it do with the staff?
Touched the ground. Done the touched the ground.
And
there was
the creature sank into the ground, yes?
2 seconds, Sean. So remember, Nori, there was also, when it clicked the staff on the ground, there was like an ear-piercing tone. So is Nori omitting that, or is it just, is Chris forgetting that?
Chris is forgetting that.
That's okay, cool. That's why I wanted to remind you.
Yes, and when it hit the staff in the ground, there was an ear-splitting sound. There was a scream, and then the shadow just dissipated into the ground.
And the staff went with it.
Yes.
Would say it definitely didn't sound like a scream. Ear-splitting tone.
Like a tuning fork type, but like an extreme. Okay.
Like one of the annoying things that shopkeepers put out their doors.
Yes, to scare the youths.
There was one of those at Hamilton Central train station for the longest time. Might still be there. I maybe couldn't tell anymore, but probably could. My ears aren't that bad.
I luckily reached out of never put up.
Never heard them.
Leveled up beyond it, yeah.
Anyway, yes, so the staff went with it when it melted away.
Yes.
Fascinating. The staff appeared corporeal, right? Did it?
Yes. Very, very solid. Like it could do some damage.
Yet it also sank into the floor.
First half. Yes.
Fascinating.
Can Myr'ra go back
Any
out
clues?
of the room? And are there any kind of like bodies of people who've been knocked out, like directly next to the council chamber?
Not so in the small corridor that's like the ways to the door, no. But in the kind of like ring that would be the other corridors that all lead off of it, yeah. A bunch of the guards that were there.
I'm not massively good at like not necessarily medical by background, but is there any way to like look at people and see if they still look like Theron attacks, or if anyone looks like they've been brained by a staff / magically put to sleep?
You can go for a perception or medical roll on a handful of people if you want. Have a look around.
I don't have it, but yeah, I'll have a look at people just to see if I can get any.
Please.
But just in a very, I'm not trained in this and I don't really know what I'm doing, so I'm just sort of generally looking at me, like pulling eyelids open. So I'm just going to do a straight roll.
Dun dun dun. Okay. That's alright. So yeah, you go up to a couple of the...
Not a bird.
Yeah. Just imagine. Just, yep. But yes, you got to some of the nearby kind of soldiers. And like as you get there, like you can tell like they're still breathing. Right? as you look, their armor has been like fused to the wall.
Okay.
So like their sword arm or whatever is like merged. Yeah. Nothing looks like a concussive strike though. There's no claw marks.
Okay.
It does look like they've possibly just been smacked into the wall and hit their head off the wall.
So something at this point wasn't interested in. It just needed to get through people.
Seemingly.
Okay.
And you know the Ferrin would have tore through these people.
Yeah. So the Ferrin are maybe a cover for whatever the fuck this is. And that is maybe a cover for something the fuck else. There's layers. Yeah, I wander back towards.
It's like, damn my onion school of GMing.
It asked if you claim the room.
Yes.
As if it didn't know.
He technically didn't say that, but yeah. I think he said enough to say the room's mine now was the summary of what Nori shared.
Wait, so this is me asking. The words it actually said were...
Yes, you are correct in your assumptions as Sean, yes.
Okay.
It's like, do you claim this room?
Uh-huh. Is this your room now? I think was the exact words, right?
No, I think it did say, do you claim this room now, maybe.
Oh.
Maybe it was like a merging of the two.
So it said that as if it didn't know. As if it didn't... Can we infer whether it understood what this room was? It seems to be a being that doesn't have complete knowledge of the current time, perhaps. That's a huge leap, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah. It's maybe what an academic would do, though, right?
Yeah. Like, Nori is just Nori. I feel like if you...
Oh, thanks.
No offense, Nori, but if some almighty being able to overcome this room's defenses wandered into the room, would it just assume that the person who just ran in was the owner of the room? Would it be able to... Yeah.
Maybe an ultimate
Would the context clues be enough?
Finders keepers. They found this room empty and claimed it as theirs, and then Nori appeared. Maybe it...
Go on, say it. Go on.
Nori's room.
Yeah! Sorry.
Or maybe...
That's it. Nori's room.
Canon now, right?
All right. Yep. Or right on the door. If it is something not from... It's something have been released from the soul well unintentionally.
There.
And that's maybe why it's also fused.
Are we working on the assumption that this being is what caused the damage to those people rather than the Ferrin?
I think that's what Myr'ra's...
so.
Yeah. Will have fed back her. They seem to be just pushed out the way. Less ripping and tearing and clawing. Could still be
dead?
the Ferrin. The Ferrin... No, some of them are unconscious.
Can we go and try and heal some of them and see if we can speak to them?
How are we doing with the diplomats? I'm going to peer out, try and see if I can see Riven.
So, while you are having that long conversation, that will take some time in the chamber room, or just outside the chamber room or whatever. The doorway, essentially the threshold of the chamber room. Out of the corridor and down the other corridor, we've got Riven away down the long way. Riven, you're basically at T-junction. The center point being where you want everybody to go. One of the T-arms is pretty much where everybody's coming from. And then, yeah, you hear a very familiar sound coming from the other side. There is 3 or 4 Ferrin running down the corridor. So you're in between the diplomats and them. the diplomats are pretty much ready to run down that arm anyway, so they're en route to where the gang are. Yeah. And then, obviously, they starting to filter everyone through as quickly as possible. You and Snowstorm get, aligned, following the people as far down the corridor as you can. I guess you guys head out to the corridor as well, given that there's a bunch of people getting rushed in. And as I said, they're familiar with this room anyway, so this isn't exactly a massive shock to them. Just the entire adrenaline of the scenario is probably uncomfortable because they've been moved from a fortified location to a new location and there seems to be trouble en route, so obviously that's not ideal. And yeah, I guess the visual is Snowstorm and Riven running down the corridor. These Farron have now turned the corner and they're now running down the corridor behind them. To the point where you gang are almost assembled again in a group. And then all colour fades from the room.
It's a fae.
Fucking fae.
Let me finish the description, shall I? All colour fades from the room. Very, very noticeable to you guys because of, again, your fae panic. And I need that on a t-shirt, quite frankly. And I think out of everyone, Falkwin hears these words spoken. This is some kind of celestial that is similar enough to your words of power. And it is the phrase, Hand of God, that is said as blinding white light violently races down the corridor past you guys and incinerates the line of Farron.
Is this the protocol?
No, you can turn around if you want.
Yep.
Yeah, we do that.
There is
Who has the ability to call Hand of God?
There is a very shaken now looking Modesta Lara, who is now bracing herself against the wall after the light calming down.
So she's
from her
managed
hand.
to teleport.
No, she just walked down the corridor. That was behind
Oh,
you
she's
guys.
behind them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she's behind them, right? I thought she was behind us. Right? Okay. Holy shit.
So yeah, from the remaining feet that are slowly incinerated, there could have been 4 or 6 or something of them. The wall behind that corridor at the T-junction is still glowing.
I will.
The Farron are making a fantastic yardstick for us as players to figure out how powerful everyone is.
So we have all of the people that are the NPCs, the Farron, and then we're all the way down here.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, you have buffed. I was going to say, you have buffed a bunch of those NPCs in that room below, so it's a slightly skewed yardstick.
It takes us at least 4 hits, 3 to 4 hits to kill a Farron. It took Margot 1.
I mean,
it took Pride 1. It took,
they are legendary.
They are there, and the Farron are here. We are down here. That is the difference. It's just roll back the tape. They can one shot them.
Yeah, they're
we can 4 takes 4 hits.
The Cyril's of this world.
Yeah, they have the shiny. Remember the days when gold nameplates.
Right, Chris.
Remember the days when Riven was trying to pick a fight with Pride.
Yeah,
I'm glad we didn't go that far.
Riven is not that impressive. Riven is actually
Riven is very
fiercely average. Yeah, Riven
feels that way at the moment.
I think Riven's realizing she doesn't actually have a chance against anything that isn't just a one-on-one human fight.
That makes sense if that's where we're coming from and where.
I was going to reiterate that Riven's capable of putting 11 damage into the Farron aren't, even when 2 work together. So numbers are not necessarily directly correlative to capability. Regardless, you turn around, there seems to be what seems to be a slightly shaken Modesta Lara using the wall, seemingly after using that move.
I throw a healing kit to Riven.
I have one, but I'll grab yours anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
take
gonna
mine because then we're
run to Modesta Lara and how she's the height of me, just smaller, I think.
She's not as tall as you, necessarily. She just feels that tall.
Totally. I will just kind of look at my lady, and I'm just going to try and like scoop her up and get us in there as fast as I can.
When you approach, you get closer to her, like she's again like one hand on the wall, the other hand like slowly dissipating light, and like you can feel the heat still in that corridor, that snap of heat.
Yeah, it's almost similar to the heat of when the Celestial was summoned in front of us.
Oh, it was 100% super high-powered Celestial magic she just used there, and as I say, it's why like Falkwin could translate enough of it to piece together Hand of God, because his magic is Celestial words. So,
so I'm gonna try and gently kind of like steady her, ask to carry her, and then get her into the room so we can.
So as I said, you approach, you have like the visual of her, like her hand shaking, and then she like tilts her head as you're like getting near her, and she goes, "Are there more?"
Quick scan around. Do I see anything?
None that you can see. Like as I said, the color has slowly returned to the room or the area.
None that I can see. You just stay quickly. If you'll allow me, I will carry you. You exerted yourself.
She puts like a hand on like your chest plate, obviously the one that should cast a spell, and she just kind of like does that as a gesture and says, "I will be fine. I really need a moment."
We are collecting the people on this floor and keeping them safe within the council chamber. Door will be difficult for them to get through.
I will safeguard these people.
Do you have any idea what's happened?
The city is under attack. Perhaps your skills could be more useful out with this tower. Civilians have less defensible positions.
I will do what I can to slow them. Don't think I can beat many. Also, I can. And I turn and I'll look at you guys. I know which corridor gets me out.
Yeah.
I'll just look. Yeah.
I didn't realize that was to me. I thought you were speaking to them
Yeah,
for some
sorry.
stupid reason. I didn't know why I didn't. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just in Modesta Lara's head for a second. I'm like, yeah, just our job's done.
Yep. I'm heading outside, and I'm just gone.
Yep.
We should probably follow her.
Yeah. Snowstorm says, "I'll do what I can," and he also like runs with you guys, I guess, for the most part, because he's gonna go elsewhere. Because he doesn't need to be there if Modesta Lara's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they're in that room, they're probably pretty safe.
Essentially, his job is going to be sending more
I
people.
would have to stop.
Yeah, there you go.
And tell Modesta Lara about what we've seen in there before we lock them in there.
Yeah, so like as everybody else runs away, like Snowstorm's just leaving her and saying, "I'm gonna go and make sure anybody else in the tower can get here." Basically, she says something in Elven that translates to like "be swift as the wind" or some shit like that. And then Nori approaches her.
I do. Again, I will bow my head. Before locking yourself in the room, I must advise about someone. Someone was in the room when we first approached it. A person in a black cloak carrying a staff. They were there looking around. We think Myr'ra investigated the casualties on the floor, and we think they'd done the damage here rather than the Farron. We have no idea what it was. Carried a black staff and carried a black scarf.
This black staff, did it have any adornments or was it plain? And it was, for Chris's benefit, it was just a solid black stick, essentially. Seemed perfectly straight. Possibly 2 meters.
The staff stood about 2 meters and was just perfectly black.
This black cloak they wore, was it of ominous smoke?
Yes. Yes, indeed it was.
She puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "If you encounter this being again, other way, tell Snowstorm he has to guard this room." She starts walking down the corridor.
I'll bow my head again and quickly run after Snowstorm, shouting his name.
Yeah, yeah, and like the diplomats in the room are like, "Wait, who's watching us?" Like, yeah.
Who is he?
So this is someone from way back.
This
Wait,
might be the guy that
wait.
blinded her.
Wait.
Yeah, I think
What's his fucking name?
Mal'Manus.
Manimarco?
Mal'Manus.
Mal'Manus.
Not quite Manimarco, but not far
Who-
off Manimarco.
Who's Manimarco again?
Manimarco is Elder Scrolls.
Aha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the necromancer guy.
Yes. Mal'Manus is the one from this setting.
Yeah. creepy Wind Island boy.
Yeah.
Skeletor.
So,
Mhm.
so yeah.
Oh no.
Estelara heads off her direction. Guys head off in your direction. Snowstorm is immediately recalled to be like, "You're now in charge of that room."
Mhm.
So, off to the outside, I guess.
Yep.
Run.
Right down the stairs.
Yeah. So
Slide.
you obviously get downstairs, passing very similar scenery to what you've seen before. There's a bit more violence on the way since Farron have been through here. And yeah, essentially for the most part the tower doesn't really seem like it's got that many people. Anybody use pass, I guess, point up the way and say get to the chamber room, like any civilians that use pass on the way that you find. And then yeah, you get to like essentially the courtyard part, to the council kind of grounds. And outside is just the kind of background noise, I guess, of the outside is a bit like when you're at a concert and there's just like, again, a cacophony of voices, but it does seem to be pain, anguish, confusion, fear, various like exaltations lost to the wind, right? As you go into what's essentially a city under attack. The scope of the Farron's crazy. Like, cities full of like, it doesn't seem to be hundreds. It could in fact be thousands. Farron that are here. They've never been seen in numbers this size. Just never. You can see a combination of warlocks around the city doing what they can, obviously, but as we kind of know, they're maybe on a bit of a back foot. You can also see what are called the lances, which are from the Whitehall, which are healers. They carry like amber torches, essentially. So that's how you can always kind of tell that their staffs glow with an amber light. Again, like the light of Alatar, blah blah blah, golden light, etc. And they seem to have been like scattered around, doing what they can to like help shepherd people towards, as you can see in the distance, the big white dome of Whitehall. It looks like someone is casting a shield over this big white bubble. And that seems to be the sanctuary protocol, right, that was mentioned earlier. So you can imagine that the speaker is probably there, and probably the one casting that spell, based on what we know about the city. So any civilians want to be pushed that way, ultimately, since that is the standard protocol. And yeah, like you can see people fighting Farron, you can see the bodies of the Farron around the place, the bodies of many people around the place. Beyond the courtyard, there's like, again, because of the city has been built on various like black metal rings, essentially, like the structure of the place, and it's been filled in since with like stone or whatever decorative like things built on top of things over the centuries. You can see that there is many Farron chained to what seems to be, it would be a town square if it was square, but it's a circle because this place is circles, not squares. So yeah, it seems like there's a town like circle that would have been used for like stone benches or stuff would have been set up, etc. Like a pleasant area to stand and discuss business outside of offices. But it seems like from like the black floor is these big grey chains all binding like Theron that are like trying to snap at them and get at people that are getting like escorted around this area that nobody seems to like want to approach for obvious reasons. Again, the lance is moving people away, the warlock's doing what they can. Some of them are taking pot shots at the Theron that are chained up as well. None of their attacks seem to land there. But that's why it's only the occasional pot shot. If someone's running past, they might cast a spell reflexively and then realise nothing's going to happen. I'm going to focus my efforts on the things that don't seem to be chained up. But there's maybe like 40 of them. What do you want to do?
That's overwhelming.
Yeah.
Is this where we go out in a blaze of glory? Has
Also-
Viktor gotten bored of our campaign?
What campaign? Surely this is just a story arc. Yeah.
Maybe the next story arc picks up with different characters that are like, those brave souls.
Well, we've introduced
will
that
mourn
next
them.
continent, right? So we're clearly going to make a character over there. So obviously we know notable locations in this place as well, right? So you're at the council chambers. There's the square, town square, if you will, the circular town square. There's then like, eventually there'll be the Arcanatrix building. Past that will be the Whitehall that you can see in the distance. And then way past that would be Sloth's house, and way past that's the docks. It's pretty much everything west of you right now.
Would Sloth get really annoyed with us if we tried to draw him into this fight? I would like him to be in this fight with us.
I mean,
I think he's
Hedera
either in
said-
it already.
He's
Or...
probably in it
Yeah.
already. And
Yeah.
Hedera's already said Greed's in the Arcanatrix, so Greed will be having an absolute whale of a time.
I think it's just do we just try and help as many civilians as we can?
Yeah.
I think we just anything that we can be doing to help. We try.
Any stray ferries,
Yeah.
just try and get them and bring them down.
Big. I nearly called it the Healing Church. No, that's a very different game. Very different place. A very different game.
Yeah, the Whitehall.
The Whitehall. This one. That's probably an important place to secure safe passage to. So maybe we should
Try and
go
get there
there
and
and
clear.
try
the
and make sure. Yeah.
way. Right, that sounds like a plan.
So you obviously skirt around the town square part of it.
Yes.
Work your way.
Yeah, we don't go near the chain first.
Work your way past the Arcanatrix. You're trying to head towards at least the what do you call it? The Whitehall. On your way, like leaving the town circle and heading towards the it just doesn't feel natural saying town circle. My design choices, but we're sticking with it. So leaving the town circle area and like heading more towards the Arcanatrix district. There are definitely like still Theron around. Obviously if you are like gonna try and like help secure people from the kind of, I guess, straggling Theron, if you will. Yeah, you can like definitely engage in that. There is definitely one that seems to be trying to like claw its way at people at the moment. It doesn't seem to be having much success because it seems like the person like hidden between like structural elements of the city seems to have crammed themselves in and are casting as much like magic to like make a barrier as possible.
Just get it.
So yeah. Who's going first? I don't intend to faff around with initiative rolls constantly for this.
Fuck it, I'm going in.
Yeah.
Just gonna stab it in the back.
Yeah, so like as you're like running, can you give me a roll?
I can. Right,
There
where
you
is it? It's a 6. It's a fail.
Okay. We're not adjusting the roll, we're sticking with that, yeah?
I can't adjust the roll.
No, it's okay. I want to always try and make those statements so that if everyone's like, you just let me know you're keeping that because of your choices to modify stuff. I don't want to then jump to the next description if yous are gonna reroll stuff or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So happy leaving that roll as is. Good. So yeah, as you swing down on this thing, and this thing's attention seems fully focused on that magical barrier, like stopping it getting to There were people that are probably like identifiable from Arcanatrix robes, right? They've probably tried to make it to the Arcanatrix or leave the Arcanatrix, vice versa, one of them, and they've then been like cornered by this Fern. As you go to like swing your sword down its back, it meets resistance before it makes contact. Like it stops a foot off this thing's back. It feels like it was stopped by something. This thing hasn't noticed. Is anyone else doing anything? Because you all have time to act as like a one-off thing.
I mean, I would have liked to buff Riven if she had given enough indication that she was going to jump in.
I mean, it would have moved it up to a 5, and the same thing would have happened.
Yeah. But
I would have notched an arrow when I seen Riven going in. So
yeah, you can do the same. Yep, notch your arrow. Oof. Go for it.
No bonus. Difficulty is 6. Well, okay. Well, I'm not attacking the barrier. I don't know the barrier is there yet.
Well, no, the barrier is the thing that
So
Varen's attacking. Riven.
No, but I mean,
Riven
whatever
didn't
stopped Riven.
Yeah, but you don't see anything that.
Well, I don't know that, so I'm just going against the Farron. Is what I'm saying.
I could try and re-manifest Aliben.
Yeah, so I'll deal with that in a second for you.
Sure.
So yeah, you fire your arrow, and it again about a foot away stops, just midair. Okay, so Hannah, are you doing anything? Because I know what Sean's doing. And keep in mind, this will be relatively simultaneous.
Yeah. Okay, if it's relatively simultaneous, I'm going to attempt to onslaught physical damage.
Okay, yep.
Just to see if that has the same, like, barrier that mental damage did. Do I know the difficulty?
Yeah, like it's a 6.
It's a 6? Okay. Does that mean it's a 5? Because it's Falkwin doing their...
He's going to try and manifest
No,
Eleven.
not yet.
No.
Yes, perfect. Okay. I won't change that. I will use an effort to roll.
Cool.
I don't have an asset. Hello.
Okay. As you go to like send out all your kind of like blackbird energy, like torrent
feathers, yeah.
Yep. As you volley that, nothing happens.
Ooh.
You have dueled in the Arcanatrix before, so you are aware of what countering magic can feel like. So there's the initial fizzle of the magic, and then a snap of it disconnecting as it's been like shorted.
Okay, I start looking around.
Yeah. And then, Falcon, you want to manifest Eleven? Okay.
I would certainly like to try.
Okay, yep. And are you saying anything to Eleven as you do, or? Eleven manifests,
I guess,
just for clarity.
Yes, okay. I guess just sorry for forgetting about that room before. But also would be good to have you back again.
Yeah, I think there's an immediate dismissal of like the apology. Like, that sentiment is like, don't have time. It's fine. There's definitely we have bigger concerns than politeness right now. But you could probably tell the Aliben will remember that the corner, right? Of at least you felt bad that you'd forgot that was going to happen. But yeah, then
it's just let's get down to business.
Aliben like obviously takes in their surroundings, like relocating herself. I'm very familiar with the grounds around the Arcanatrix, so that is helpful. So yeah, we'll all do this, as I said, relatively simultaneously. The confusion again of like Riven Sword not wanting to connect, the arrow not hitting it, the spell getting like fizzled out. And then, yeah, like from this Farron's neck, this smoke-like chain starts to like form and like trail all the way down the street to a very familiar figure to Nori. So the smog man seems to be walking down, holding this chain, dragging many other chains attached to the staff. And then, like, again, Riven, if you're still trying to apply pressure to that sword, it isn't moving, like, it's not moving towards that Farron. And then this thing, as I said, the grounds are big around the Arcantrix. This thing is just like walking back towards the square, or the circle, dragging the Farron by a chain.
Okay, now I'm confused. I thought he was evil. Myr'ra will look at her friends like...
As your group is here, the Farron was there, and this guy moves obviously past, that chain just passes through you. It's smoke.
Oh.
Like, all the Farron that were clawing at their chains from the town circle were clawing at smoke.
What the fuck?
I'm getting the feeling we're so far out our depth, we're now just going to turn into cannon fodder.
Should we tell Modesta Lara
Modesta
said
run.
Okay.
Modesta Lara said run if we see this.
Is it helping?
I told her about it as we were leaving. I don't know. She said to run. She just said to run if we see this.
Okay,
as you're having this like moment, this thing is obviously like walking past, dragging all these chains, right? And it just tilts its like, I guess, hooded like head, like as if noting that yous exist, and then continuing to head towards the circle as it like ascends the steps out of the Arcanatrix grounds, and yous can see the Farron getting like pulled that are coming with. There is hundreds of these chains.
Are we actually in a situation here where the Farron are just part of some demigod's menagerie, and the zoo doors were left open and they got out, and this is just him cleaning up?
Could be.
Yeah, because none of the Farron are running at him to attack him. Like, if you've got a dog on a lead, the dog's got the capability to turn and run at you. The Farron aren't doing that. They're trying to get off. Nothing in them saying, let's attack that one guy when there's 80 of us, 100 of us on a chain.
Know how hard Quilburn found it to chain one of them.
So,
like, this is scary, man.
Those things are intelligent. What I'm saying is the Farron are smart, and yet none of them have the brain to just turn around and ram him at once.
But also, he doesn't seem to be setting them on people. He's like chaining them up.
That's what I'm saying.
Going
like,
to get the like, I don't.
If you see like an angry dog on a lead, the dog eventually turns around on the person who has the lead and goes, "Well, fuck you, then you're the next closest thing."
The other thing I'm noticing with that is that the chains are getting shorter to reduce their reach.
So it's pulling them
definitely
close.
like,
but none of the Farron who are intelligent have the sense to go, well, if all 100 of us jump on him, he's going to drop the chains. They're suddenly idiots. Or they're utterly terrified and don't like the idea of running him.
Or there's something in the magic chain that
won't let them.
Can't.
Because...
like, we don't...
Yeah.
I don't imagine me scanning this will help.
I mean, would you try and scan?
That person scares me. I don't want to.
I'm sitting here going, we were told to run. We were told to run if we see them.
I'm going to check on the people who are behind the magic barrier. Like, are you guys... Do you need help?
They look terrified.
Yeah, Fed, do you want to run with us?
They haven't dropped their barrier.
Or do you want to stay behind your barrier? You okay?
They have the expression of, what's the right answer, please?
I don't know.
Falkwin certainly has a...
Head to the church as quick as you can.
Sorry, what was
Falkwin certainly has a deep academic curiosity on how this chain is working and what the hell this thing is. And also is definitely a bit scared of it, but didn't have the same like one-on-one with Modesta Lara that Nori did. So like Falkwin's leading more on the side of like, can I talk to that thing person?
I mean, it seemed to acknowledge you guys and carried on, right?
It's not attacking, but it maybe smack things outside the council chambers. I don't know. Do it, yeah. Do it, Falkwin. Talk to it.
Whose ring still works? Whose ring still works?
My ring still works. Should I try and
Yes,
message Modesta
my-
Lara while Falkwin...
Tell Modesta Lara that thing's out here and run. Run, she said to run. If she said to run, I'm running.
Tell her what it's doing.
Yeah.
Tell Modesta Lara it's chaining them all together in the town circle.
I will message Modesta Lara. I will start with apologies for walking in your forest again. However, the scary man is out here. Cloak, dark staff seems to be chaining the Farron. Not really sure what's going on. Where I give the location that we
Yep. And we cram that into 30 words and we send. Yep. And you wanna
and I give a depletion roll.
a D10, yeah. Thank you.
Lovely. I don't know if I've managed to code that into my thing, so I shall just roll a D10.
Yeah, that's fine.
D10. Oh no! No more messages.
Right, we need to go mug.
Wow.
3 out of 5 rings gone.
We need to go mug Lockhart.
Lockhart.
So.
Okay.
Yep, you send off that that message, and then the reply you get, because Destilar is obviously going to reply.
Absolutely.
She says, "Are you safe and is it contained?" You can reply to this.
Oh, I can.
This is a conversation.
I think we seem as safe as anywhere else. I think he is containing things rather than the other way round.
It's wandering the streets.
Yeah.
There is a very comfortable pause.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
I don't think we can't contain him though. So
and there is no end to that conversation. It is just the uncomfortable pause, and then the magic is like disconnected for lack of a better tone.
Well, she knows. Do we take her advice now and run?
Can't fight that thing. We can barely take on a Farron ourselves.
By the
that
time
thing
you
has
have done
100 on a chain.
this thing has obviously like ascended the steps out of the Arcanatrix grounds. It's headed its way up towards the town circle, and from like the position you just got, because the steps up aren't like super duper high or anything, you can see it just seems to be walking to the center of the circle, where the tone like pierced through the this probably slightly diluted by the time it gets to your like dissipated noise, etc. But it's still that ear-piercing like tone, as it seems to click at the staff like in the town circle, and then the chain seemed to sink from the top of the staff to the bottom. Start getting pulled in. All the Farron start getting pulled in.
Like all the around the city, or all the ones in the circle.
All those chains, yeah. And these Farron are getting dragged through the city to this circle. And they're not getting piled on top of each other, they are vanishing.
I'm looking at Falkwin like, maybe your menagerie thing maybe has weight.
Looking at that thing, is there any religious iconography? Is there any myths, stories, legends, fairy tales, anything that talks about a being made of shadow that's basically god tier?
Yeah, you can roll if you want.
Just anything. Like, I'm on the verge of thinking this is fucking Eve. I'm assuming it's an intellect.
And
it would be an intellect.
I could roll lore of the underworld.
I've got magic training. I guess.
So like I've got magic training, magic lore of the underworld, or just a straight up intellect roll. Yeah, anything you just want to try and flavor the roll as, you can pitch that as a skill set as well, and I'll see if it applies. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering whether like what I'm seeing has any basis in sort of the known theory of magic, at least that Falkwin's aware of, also flavoured by his awareness of how Alu Ben works.
Okay.
Um,
I'm trying to get Slave hand as well.
Yeah, no, terrible. But it's not a one.
Oh god, yeah, we're both
We
doing
were
badly there.
close.
Your
Revan
magic
knows more
experts
than
are
us.
bamboozled.
We've just seen so much magic this
Yeah.
evening. We're just a bit bamboozled.
So, Riven. Yes, your two magical people are they're saying too many things too fast.
They overanalyze it. I'm
yeah.
underanalyzing it, and that's the trick.
But
Simplify.
from your point of view, the thing you can recall, if we're like flavouring it with what you said as you rolled, Eve was locked away or like kept from this world. So it's unlikely that there wouldn't be more dire consequences if Eve was able to come back to this world.
So,
Yeah. Especially how angry someone like that, given what happened to them, might be. So, yeah, I feel if there was like a god tier entity, it would be noted. Probably everybody would feel that. So that's a thing. There's nothing to go on, like a black staff and some smoke isn't a lot to go on, sadly. As for our other two, yeah, I mean, besides a magical curiosity as to how are they doing that, never mind the normal curiosity of why are they doing that, yeah, there does seem to be, like, if you were drawing connections, you'd have already, as players, potentially drew connections, but like the Alu Ben versus his smoke versus her wind probably isn't a million miles away, but it probably is quite far apart. As I said, they are different enough that it's not the same thing. But they both seem to be obscuring who they are with this power. So there is definitely enough observable for Falkwin to get to that theory. Beyond that, I can do nothing with those rolls, guys. You know that.
Yeah, I think we're just a bit. We're burnt out for the
evening. Yeah, after like a period of time, if you like, maybe it helps those people drop their barrier and get into the Arcanatrix, or maybe point them towards the Whitehall, whatever your choice happens to be for that. There seems to be more people like coming out of the Arcanatrix and heading towards the Whitehall for that as well, just because hundreds and hundreds of Ferrin are being pulled by these chains that seem to be forming all over the city. And then after like a very brief amount of time, that figure is still standing in the center of the town circle. The majority of the Ferrin seem to have been pulled in.
I'm not even sure how you would roll
I don't
for
have
this.
an answer here. I'm off.
Do we want to go talk to him?
Let's do this in some order. I think that you spoke first, so.
So would we be able to get? This is probably unlikely, but from the air of the way this person was moving and treating the Ferrin, that this was someone who knew how to handle the Ferrin, like.
I think just from what you've witnessed, you know they know how to handle the Ferrin based on what you've observed.
So the idea of like how I think probably Riven sees in her head, like if any of the devils went down to the Falgain, and could just snap their fingers, and these beasts would be almost controllable. Is it the same kind of energy of like I am your fucking master and you're going to do as I say, which is why they would never have the audacity?
This definitely was closer to the rabid dogs on chains thing. Why they weren't attacking that being.
Right. Okay.
They were definitely trying to escape the chains. They weren't.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The thing that's catching Riven is I know they are intelligent enough that if I was on the other side of that chain, they would have turned around and just all of them would have went for me at once. But why did they not even think to try that when we know that the Ferrin are not stupid? They are not rabid dogs.
They're tactical, yeah.
So that was like tactics went out the window. So either the chains are making them stupid or panicked to the point that they're like freaking out and just trying to run.
Or there's pain to the chains, or there's some.
I think it's
or
just
the
this thing
entity
is.
just they had enough sense to go, not worth it.
Yep.
But
I
they're
think-
picking fights with Pride. They're picking fights with Modesta Lara, who probably thrum with magical energy. So this thing...
Keep in mind, right, so how old is Modesta Lara? We don't know. We know she's old. And if souls gain experience through life, probably imagine she's a massive beacon. But unlike your theory last week, she wasn't walking through corridors, like, banging people away. And the Theron weren't necessarily after her, like ran towards her. We don't know enough about that scenario.
Yeah.
Just regarding that, but we definitely know that it took a lot of her just to take those like 6 out.
That's why like Riven's like, this thing's verging on a god because it's making
at
no
least
effort.
Something that has done what the rest of the world has not bothered to do
And
learned about the Theron. Like
Like-
we are. Like everyone was, that's what the council was talking about, the fact that no one's ever bothered. Maybe this person bothered.
Well, Modesta Lara clearly knows who that person is because they said run. Who would Modesta Lara be frightened of? Because I imagine she'd take a fight. I think she'd pick a fight with the 7 devils and probably still think she's probably got a good chance.
Well,
Maybe
we did
all at
discuss that
once.
I think 3 or 4 sessions ago. I think we discussed the nobody would ever say out loud who they think would win a fight between Modesta Lara and Devil. But the devils also wouldn't necessarily pick that fight because they wouldn't want the embarrassment.
So
whereas we know that Mal'Manus blinded Modesta Lara. Which is...
And we've got to think that Modesta Lara told us to run.
Yes.
She didn't say she
do
was
we
run.
do that?
She said we should run.
Do we talk to him? Do we go, hello? What's your plan?
I mean,
how socially inept is Falkwin?
Let me refer to the goals of Theron diplomacy is still there.
Like,
maybe he's king of the Theron.
Falkwin is at least a little bit socially inept.
But also, like, if we take this at face value, this guy is saving the city.
Yeah. And, like, clearly has some really cool magic that Falkwin wants to know about.
Can I make a quick suggestion to dear Hannah? Maybe check in on the people that were down with the swords.
Yeah. I was gonna
just in case he went down there, because he's been wandering. He knocked the people out. He didn't kill them. He knocked out our soldiers. He did not kill our soldiers. And he has proceeded to come and basically save the city. On face value, this person is helping.
Yeah. And if we, like, yes, I agree with Nori's point of he's scary, we should run. But also, I agree with, if we hadn't asked Modesta Lara, we'd absolutely have been like,
we would have been chatting to this guy. We know he's OP.
I'm happy to beat people if we would like.
I would double check on our people that were down in the soul well.
Right, give me a second, I'll write 1 to 10 again. So.
Okay, I'm going to call my mum and dad again.
Do that, bleep.
No. I'm going to check on our folks in the soul well.
Okay,
and
so let me just note that down. So we've got Quilburn, Vermi, Samda. Samda didn't stay. Samda went and fought outside.
Samda went and fought.
So
I'll check on Samda though.
Okay, I'll leave her name on the list in. Loudon. So that's... else stayed down there.
4.
Did anybody else stay down there?
Joy
probably stayed down there. Probably.
Joy.
Yeah. I'll check on Joy.
Okay, yep. Cool.
She'll feel happy. That's pointless. I know how she'll be feeling.
Well, do you want me to take her name off the list then? Because, I mean, it's not a bad assumption.
Let's check on it.
You see, if you ping in on Pride and feel anything but Pride, I'm going to be confused. You just ping the 7 and it's like they're all feeling completely normal.
Again, I probably don't have time to, like, do you want me to try and check in on the speaker? I feel like she's got better shit going on.
If the shield's up and she's probably the one doing it, then she's probably fine.
Not fine, but she's probably doing things.
She's doing the thing. Don't distract her.
Yeah, I think
very
at this point
busy.
maybe she wouldn't check on her mum and dad because I think she's now stressed about that and maybe doesn't want to find out in the middle of a
so tactively
thing where she
not
can't
knowing.
go.
Yes.
She's actively not going to
If
check
I
in on her
don't know,
parents.
it can't be bad.
She will check in on Snowstorm.
Okay. Yep.
See how things are going up there.
Okay. Yep. So we've got
And then
6
I
so
will
far
check in
because I've
on
got
Hid-
Quillburn, Vermi,
Yeah.
Samda, Loudon, Joy, Snowstorm.
And then I'll do Hedera and Talanis again, just to
Do
reassure
Pride,
everyone.
no, do Pride and Margot
I can still
because
do
they're.
Pride.
I was going to say because they're both still in the
1,
room
2, 3,
with
4, 5,
Snowstorm.
6,
So if
7, 8.
Snowstorm's
I can still
okay,
do that. Because this is a ridiculous spell.
Yeah, so there's still 2 more slots if I add Hedera and Talanis
Yeah,
in.
so I'll do Pride.
Yep.
And I'll do Margot.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Best spell.
Fucking hell. So, from Margot, you get
I get my different.
You get aggression and confusion, but a response.
Cool.
Yeah,
lovely.
From Pride, you get a mix of glee and terror.
Love that from her.
Talanis and Hedera is pensive as fuck. And also frustration is what you're getting from both of them. More Talanis than Hedera.
Okay. That checks out.
Fair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hedera is mostly, I want to go back to sleep now.
Yes. Oh, she's so tired.
I mean, Snowstorm has, I guess, dutiful and vigilant. Like,
Love that.
That'll do.
Very him.
Yep. Yeah. Joy is experiencing joy.
Love it.
So, Joy, Loudon, Fermi, Quillburn, right? You learn they are all unconscious.
Okay.
And that is including Joy. My joke of them feeling joy.
Yeah. She's still happy while she's unconscious.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like it's going well.
Yeah. Okay, cool. But they're unconscious, they're not dead.
Samda is also the exhausted and confused. Right?
Like
vigilance, etc. Yeah. Very much at what the fuck's happening in the city. And I would like to also sleep.
Yeah.
And that is your 10.
I relate. I think Myr'ra's face goes through a range of emotions.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably quite an alarming spell to watch her do. Probably just kind of. Yeah, lots of facial expressions. Okay, so good news and bad news. This seems to be happening everywhere with the chains because lots of confusion and sort of scared but happy feelings going on. Everybody downstairs is unconscious. We should maybe go back, or we should stay here. I don't know.
I think I know who made them go unconscious.
Mm-hmm. We look at the figure who's dragging all the chains.
We don't have a chance against this one.
Did Falkwin get a chance to hear Myr'ra's report before approaching the figure to be like, hey, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say Falkwin probably...
I would like to not have a reason to not that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Falkwin was sort of like overcome by curiosity and thought, okay, Myr'ra's checking up on everyone. This is in hand. Okay, that's fine. I just need to ask some questions here. Like, who are you? Sort of like I guess that's sort of half shouted from like 30 feet away across the square.
Yeah.
Like takes a couple of steps forward.
Well further away than that.
Takes a couple of steps forward, but is still very much like across the square from them.
This thing doesn't seem to even acknowledge that you're like shouting in its direction. It seems like it's like almost like 3/4 turned away from you. It seems to be centered in like the black circle that is the town circle. As we know, like anything that would have been set up here, like benches or decoration or plants or whatever, have all been like trashed because Ferran bodies have been pulled. Again, there's not a single sign of a Ferran other than like straggling chains that are still pulled.
Falkwin.
Yeah, I guess at this point, Myr'ra probably has updated us, I'm guessing.
It depends if
we should probably
you're
go.
willing to approach and be like,
I mean, I'm not. Falkwin's not that far in front of the party.
We need to head back to the vault.
And
the swords are still there.
But this person thing, he is here doing stuff still.
I have a feeling he did things in the vault.
And if we leave, he'll do more things in other places.
We cannot beat that thing.
No. We need to beat it.
What do you propose?
It seems to be helping.
Maybe we just let it help and ask for answers later. Because it doesn't look like it wants to talk to us. He, she, they, pronouns. I kind of glance every time. Like,
Yeah.
don't seem to want to talk with us or potentially anybody else right now. But you're right, they do seem to be helping. Maybe we let them do that and go and see if we can help our friends.
He's going to hear the horrible scrambling of like what seems to be like the last Ferrin, the last chain getting like pulled up the steps at the other side of the circle, and like then circle.
Oh, is it strange? I now feel bad for them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not in a million years do I feel bad for them.
Also fair.
It seems to have caught its quarry. Let's just let it do its thing.
Are they doing anything else now that the last Ferrin has been pulled in? So,
as you I guess, observe this thing, because you'd have to pass by the circle to like go back to the Grand Council chamber anyway, so you're giving it a wide berth for any rogue Ferrin that may have been dragged in before. Again, you see no more chains now. This thing seems to like stand to the side, almost as if billowing out its smoky cloak, and you can see what now sits on the circle, which is the soul well. And then it sinks into the circle.
Run!
Fucking stole the soul.
We need to run. We need to run back.
So, as you guys all, I guess, run to the vault, I assume.
Yeah.
Hannah.
Uh-huh.
As you all like start to run off, this thing glances at the party's direction. And then taps its staff, and it sinks into the floor. That piercing tone that maybe everybody glances at. As you're running past towards the vault, everybody obviously heading straight for the Grand Council chamber. Because you've obviously intimately scanned the floor above, you can see the black circle part of the town circle rippling. So you could get closer. Because this is probably the best time to attempt to learn something about.
Shout, keep going to everybody else, and I'm going to head towards. I'm going to get closer.
Cool.
I've got to scan it.
So yeah, as you get closer, you fall through the floor. So, what the party here is that Myr'ra shouts, "Run on, I'll be here," or whatever the phrasing was.
Keep going.
And then
I'm just gonna get closer.
You see her stepping like in closer to the square and then like sinking the way the stranger did. You guys, I'm assuming, are gonna either have a moment to absorb that or carry on to the vault. What are you doing?
Run after Myr'ra.
Okay, cool. Are you gonna step onto the circle?
Yep. No hesitation. I'm trying to dive after her effectively.
Yep. As you step onto the circle, there is the metal of your boots on the floor.
I am going to take my sword out and start just trying to take chunks out of it.
Yep. And yeah, it doesn't seem like you're marking it. The only thing you're doing is marking your sword with the force that you'd be putting back. Oh, look at the heart.
There's just a scream of rage, and then I turn and run to the vault, just hoping that she's kind of dropped through into it.
So, anyone else doing anything else? or following Riven to the vault? Yes, Falkwin?
No, I don't think I can. I don't think there's anything I've got that would help here beyond just coming along to the vault.
So,
I guess we can always ask Aliben. She's been in physical form this whole time, right?
Yeah. Aliben is saying we know what happened at the vault. Because obviously we've witnessed what that thing took. And we know what Myr'ra said about the people downstairs. So unconscious isn't dead. So the only thing you'd be going down there for would be to help the unconscious people, which is not, I'm not saying that's not valid. I'm just saying that's what you'd be going for. So is that more value to Falkwin than whatever your plan is up here?
I think so. Rescuing Myr'ra is priority number 1.
Okay.
And for Falkwin, priority number 2 is probably finding out what the hell this thing is, how its magic works, what the hell that staff is. And the quickest path to both seems to be getting Modestelara to speak words that mean things.
Okay.
Which might be a challenge, knowing how she is, but I would like to speak to Modestelara.
Okay, cool. Right. So we're not getting to the vault with Riven and Nori. Where are you going?
I'm still hiding in the corner now. I'm following behind.
Following Riven?
Riven.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, wherever Riven's gone, I've just turned around and she came to a grinding halt, so did I, and then still with my bow out, ready to aye.
Cool.
Oh.
So, Falkwin, your choice is right trigger, go with them, left trigger, attempt alternative option.
Well, so alternative option requires knowing where Modestelara is. I don't have that knowledge, nor a way to find it. So I am going to stick with the party until such a time as that knowledge becomes available.
Cool.
But I'm registering that my priority for the moment is find and speak to Modestelara.
Cool.
Find an opportunity to do so.
So, you guys descend the montage stairs.
That's just.
And as you get down there, you can see Joy like tending to the Loudon and Vermi. Sorry, I got hair that's like poking my eye. Loudon and Vermi, and like trying to rouse them essentially. Quilburn, Loudon, Vermi still seem KO'd. Joy seems like they've just came to and are starting to like what happened. Why are people unconscious? As you guys get into the room, the room is level again, and the swords are floor.
Okay, not the swords.
Okay. No signs of Myr'ra?
No.
Riven just is kind of looking around, looking up, knowing where she is. And I just look at Joy. What the fuck is going on?
Joy just looks at you, like panic smiling.
What knocked you out? What hurt you?
She kind of like shakes her head and goes, "It was rather fast. Some waves vaguely at the door. Thing came in, and then I woke up."
Myr'ra. Myr'ra, we have no way to communicate with anyone right now. Fuck. Riven's starting to freak out a bit.
I think
she doesn't understand.
Joy like
what's
stops
going
trying
on.
to like prop up or like medical pose the two queens, and like comes over to you. It's like, starts like patting your armor, like comforting, like, it'll be okay.
Yes, John.
I wish I had your optimism.
No, you don't. She smiles.
True.
Oh,
I think she kind of maybe just gives her a wee hug because it's probably been a lot
yeah.
for Joy. Just gives her a wee
Like,
kind of like.
and yeah,
pull in
like
and
Joy
just a wee
mostly
rub
gets
in the
hugged
back.
by you, yeah, and kind of just seems to be enjoying it.
Have you got any way to communicate with Pride?
Of course.
Any at all?
Like, takes quite, pride in that statement as well.
Could you ask her where she is and what's going on, and tell her sword is available to be picked up?
Oh, right. Yes, of course. How fortuitous. Like goes to like run at the sword, then stops and goes, "Oh, okay, yes." She knows. Gives you like a thumbs up, and then like runs over to the sword and like kind of picks it up, as if cradling it. What now?
Where is Modesta Lara?
Are you asking Joy?
The room.
The room, and then
Who's in the room? Joy and other people.
you
Us,
guys.
but they're all unconscious.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, you try
Have you
rousing
seen
them.
Modesta Lara?
Use your ring.
He doesn't have one.
Is it? Has anyone been here?
Oh, you don't have a ring.
No.
All of our ways, that's what Riven was saying. We have no way to communicate anymore. We're fucked. Oh, can't even contact Myr'ra to see.
And
genuinely
Myr'ra
don't know
happens
what
to
we're-
have the check-in spell as well, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I can check if you're okay. Maybe. Who knows?
From anywhere.
I also possibly have a telepathy thing, so I can also talk to somebody, depending on where I am.
So I think with that, that line of "Where is Modesta Lara?" we have the dramatic shot of them walking in the door, because that's good timing.
Your Majesty. Again, a bow.
Are they well? She just immediately gestures to the three unconscious people.
I think Riven completely disregards that question and just says, "Our friend Myr'ra was taken by the thing, the shadow with the staff."
And like, you can tell as she's walking past you to those three bodies. She acknowledges that, just with the movements in her face, but obviously she doesn't turn to look at you, or her eyes don't move to look at you, obviously.
Yeah,
because they're all like whited over. And like she kind of like just like kneels down, like kind of like touches each of them on the cheek as they all start to like rouse. And she kind of like turns to you after she's like kind of going through the motions and saying, "It would be cruel to say your friend is already dead. Perhaps you should focus on what you can control."
I cannot beat any of these creatures, and that fucking thing took them anyway. Who is he? That.
And then obviously the others are kind of coming to enjoy, goes to help them up and stuff. They're like doing the standard rubbing their heads motions, asking very similar questions, and Joy tries to explain what she knows. And yeah, Modesta Lara. I fear that we have been visited by the evil hand at us.
Yeah.
He brought the vision.
She kind of like definitely doesn't seem to agree with that sentiment, but doesn't immediately dismiss it. Just kind of like has like a thought, head tilt, etc., as if, and then says, "I do not know what they would do with Farron. However, if they were this capable, then why wait till now? The only thing I can assume is that," gestures to the center of the Lord, "that this was their goal."
We were on the surface. He had all of the Ferrin chained, and gestures to the ceiling. They sank into that. Don't know what he's done. He's taken my friend. That's what I know.
player question.
Yeah.
We didn't tell or ask Modestalada last week about using the soul well, did we?
No,
Because
but she
she's
does
not.
see a dead
She's
person
not a
alive
sword
again.
breaker.
She's 2 dead people alive again. Her
And-
first question is walking into this room where, how are those people?
Mhm.
Well, no, it's not just Loudon in here. I thought Samda left.
Yeah, but I mean, still, Loudon.
She
being one
doesn't.
of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she sees Loudon or
Well,
knows
I
Loudon.
was gonna say she doesn't see. Yeah.
She senses Loudon.
How should we broach that topic?
I think she knows. I don't think she needs to be brought. She probably knows about
She
this
has
thing.
gestured. Her last statement goes, "I feel that this was its goal," and gestured to where the soul well was. At the center of the
So
room.
she knows that
Yeah.
it was after the soul.
So my point with that was, I guess, with the power of hindsight, I wonder what Modestalada would have said last week if we had spoken to her about wanting
like-
to use the soul well.
Like, don't turn
The
on the giant
fact-
beacon. Yeah.
that Mal'Manus has the ability to, one, not care about magic that is so strong it dealt with the Fae. Like, the Fae couldn't get here.
He isn't Fae.
But again, like, Modestalada got winded killing 6 Ferrin. That guy just chained hundreds.
We also don't know if she just went for her biggest daily. Like,
I'm taking it. Riven's taking everything at face value. This guy is making every person she's seen so far look subpar.
And his name is the Evil Hand.
yes.
Yes. This guy is making devils, ancient elves, everybody look subpar.
Yes. Mal'Manus or
And
the Black
that's
Spire.
That's the thing that's worrying Riven. It's like there is a player now on the field who's in their own corner, evidently, and with no other who could wipe us. Because Riven's
But
now not
didn't
convinced.
choose to.
Yes,
Chose to save the city.
chose to wrangle the Ferrin and do whatever it's done to the soul well. But
could have took the soul well and left the city to be ravaged and didn't.
that's what
Again,
Riven is.
I would take all of
confused.
this with
I
a
mean-
pinch of salt. I am the player who
Yeah.
worked for the evil 5 dragons.
Yes.
So it's,
Yes.
I will have a good
Cynically,
time.
also, like he's just chained up an army.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah. So I think the way Riven's looking at this is if this is a chessboard with multiple different coloured pieces, somebody just produced a piece that can go wherever it wants, be whatever colour it wants, whatever piece it wants, and is literally untakeable. At this point, it is just the ultimate queen. Like, I saw so many queens in the board, and now everyone's reduced, and there is actually only one, which is him. So it's suddenly like the board's completely shifted to Riven of going, I don't think if we all went for him, we could win. Like the table couldn't win because he did that like it was easy, and she did it like it was hard.
Well, we haven't seen. Excuse me, Jon. We haven't seen the sword wielders with their swords that much.
And to be fair, the devil you had in your hand, as it were, is incredibly juiced.
But again, with that, the thing we said about the devils, like a devil versus Modestalada, no one really knows. That is like almost turning into a coin toss of who might win.
Well,
and again,
it's not
Riven
so much a
is-
coin toss of who'll win. It's a no one's willing to lose face
Uh-huh.
for the sake of a
To
stat.
find out. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because
It-
why would they bother when the gold leaf elves don't even care enough to be on this world?
Mm-hmm. But the way I think Riven's looking at it is if somebody said, oh, put a bet, who do you think you'd win, a devil or Modestalada? It's like, you may as well toss a coin because that's how 50-50 it's probably going to end up. But yeah, Modestalada got winded, taken out 6. This guy chained hundreds and was wandering the streets like he was walking dogs. Like, the power level just got shifted really heavily, and Riven's like, the
Are we going to
fuck?
call this episode Twilight Bark or something like that? Or whatever
I
it's
know.
called, the Midnight Bark? Whatever it's from
Midnight
them.
Bark.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mal'Manus has changed the bar again.
Well,
Very much in
this is
Riven's
again.
eyes.
This is out with the scope. What is the moment in the room? Got Modesta Lara in the room. Is there any more scene to this room, other than the fact that we've now got Vermi and
know who it
Loudon
is.
and Quilburn, and up.
And they can get them their own swords.
Modesta Lara is an annoying person to deal with.
Really? Are you saying
I
that
just want to, no, not as character, just me. I just want to say that she
in the history of elf queens everywhere.
Straight answers, you will never get
she
any.
just does not let you in at all.
You are new to my type of NPCs, Sean. So yeah, it's very stereotypical.
She's got big elf queen energy.
Yeah, big elf queen energy. To be fair, this elf queen's way more upfront than the other one.
She really is. She hasn't turned into butterflies and fucked up.
Yeah.
Which is what the other one did.
See, this one actually talks to you like you're a person. The elf queen and the other one, I could tell she looked down on everything around her. Everything was below her. Even her own. So yeah, this one's actually pretty chill.
You also know this
She's
one's
just-
name.
Yeah.
Yeah. She didn't. She wasn't like, yes, I am the elf queen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she was fun.
I would certainly then say, like, to Nori and to Falkwin, or like can I play more? What do we think we could get from her about that? Could we just ask her why we think he came for that? Like, what do we think we can gain from a conversation with her? Because she was here during the war, so she's seen this thing used. She knows its capabilities. So do we start going for that? Like,
that's a good question.
That's a good place to start. So you've seen the Soul Forge used,
That's okay. So well.
Soul Well used.
I keep wanting to say Cairn
Yep.
because of Skyrim.
Yeah. I'm going between the three.
The soul bucket.
The soul receptacle.
That Colonel Sanders just turns over like, do you want your 8 piece or your 10 piece?
Your 11 secret herbs and souls.
How does it work? Why were the swords stuck in it before? Why are they not anymore? How was Mandamark or how was Mal'Manus able to just steal it? It seemed part of this room, no?
And Modesta Lara just like turns and stares at you, says, "That has many questions."
So just freaking one of them would be nice.
She is basically saying though, calm down.
Yeah,
She's just saying that like you seem exasperated. Let's try slower.
What is the Soul Well?
She acknowledges the room for a moment and then says, "It was an artifact made during the Fey War to end the Fey War. Its use is not recommended," and gestures vaguely back towards the door. I think we can. So if it was short-sighted.
Why is its use not recommended?
And then she says, "Given the toll it enacts, its use can be cataclysmic."
The toll on whom or what?
Perhaps that is a question better aimed at the denizens of the city.
Are you saying that the Soul Well brought the Farron here? Or brought Mal'Manus here?
If I had been made aware that council wished to access the Soul Well, I would have commended against it. This should never have been opened.
It's a good.
Would have killed her. She just looks straight to Vermi.
Used it to win a war. How?
And then she turns
We
to
saw
us,
the-
"I did not use this." And there's definitely like, there's like almost anger in there. As if, how dare you say that?
The Iron Roots built this place. They built this to win the war. We have seen how much energy it takes to bring back 2 people.
so
How could you use
short-sighted.
this? How could you use this to win a war? You'll never keep your numbers up from it. It's not like you just rebirth an army. It had to have a very particular purpose.
This was not used to resurrect the dead.
What was it used for?
Oh, we cut on that line. And we move our perspective way over to a certain Myr'ra. So, Myr'ra, you seem to be like sinking through like, I guess like black, thick liquid. To the point where there's like a weird like tingling as you do, like a kind of static electricity kind of vibe as you like step out into like another much smaller like black room. And yeah, like you step out into that with like a bit of a start, as if you just walked out of a wall. In the room there is the back of a figure that you recognize, just walking away as if they have also just stepped out of the wall. And they seem to like throw the staff to like the other side of the room, where it just like lands perfectly. It doesn't like make that noise, the kind of tuning fork noise or anything. It just seems like they're like throwing their umbrella on the wall type energy to it. And then they stop and like their head turns as if immediately have now realized you're in the room with them. And you just hear the kind of, again, very like low tones of, is it bravery or foolishness?
Oh, I think it's the curiosity that killed the cat, to be fair.
And then the figure like turns and like looks at you. Says, have you come to threaten me, little bird?
I don't think I'm capable of that, to be fair.
You immediately recognize the tingle of what would be a scan. Like as if that has already just happened. Off the words little bird.
I was curious to see how your magic worked. My friend said you went through the floor of the council chamber. And that's supposed to be impossible, so seemed interesting.
Your friend, the diluted elf.
Yes. His name's Nori. Sorry, Nori. I am tell person everything.
Diluted. Hello.
Yeah. And then there is like the oddest noise that comes out of the weird like shadowy cowl, that eventually like seems to like die out in like a bit of a chuckle. And then as if pained the way it comes out, it has been some time since I have had a guest.
Apologies for being uninvited.
No matter. You are here now. What is your step? I am on. He gestures his hands outside.
At the staff. I think I look at the staff as well.
That's going to become his apprentice.
Dourf, Myr'ra!
Well, I suppose better to ask the answers directly than trying to sneak magic. A bit confused about what your aim was. Although very grateful that you haven't let my city be overrun.
Your city?
I was born there.
Kind of like nods and says, perhaps I should have asked permission. Trespassing.
Yes, I should have also done that. Well, just it's my hometown.
Like you can tell there's a flippance to that because obviously you've
yeah. And she'll just be like, yes, I can see this, but I'm gonna defend my hometown and people I care about live there, and you didn't let it be completely stomped into the ground, so
their deaths did not serve me. Nor does It puts like a hand up and says, nor does yours. For now.
Oh. Myr'ra's going to have a moment and be like, this is the second time today someone has told me that they're not going to kill me, but in a way that doesn't reassure me.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to hear. Hope that continues.
We shall see. You have questions? It has been some time since I have to answer anything. I'm willing to entertain this.
Okay. Would you like some tea?
There's another laugh. Like less muffled this time, as if this person may have been out of practice laughing. And then say, how delightful. And they gesture their hand as if like where the staff was like thrown, but like 2 seats pull out of the floor.
Oh. Or like pull out like a tea caddy. And like little cups.
And then like they like gesture like very dramatically with like their, Met Gala smoky cloak as they sit in their chair with the cloak billowing over the edges of it. And they gesture to a seat.
Yeah, I will sit down. Okay. As I'm going to presume that as you removed the Ferrin, you didn't send them?
No, I did not send them. Ferrin?
The creatures who you chained and pulled.
So
what do you call them?
They have been named. See.
Oh, so you don't have a different name for them?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Kin.
Ah. Myr'ra will like take a moment of that. Of like, okay. So my theory of this person knows about the Ferrin is very accurate. Okay. I ask how? As in, I'm, and then I like, well, I'm like the child of my parents and like the grandchild of my, and how? Or,
there's another laugh. Have you like handed them tea, by the way, as well?
Yes,
like,
for sure. Yeah,
they
2 cups.
like acknowledge it, and it's just sat on like the squarish armchair, like the arm of the chair. Sorry. And like they just like maneuver like the cup around, as if ready for them to pick up, but they don't actually pick up. It's almost like they're playing with it. And this saying goes, your curiosity is deep, it seems. That question will create more. How far are you willing to go? Knowledge is dangerous. Are you willing to risk learning too much? Julie gestures back to the wall. Kind of chuckles again a bit, because like you can tell this person's relaxed now.
Yeah.
They definitely were like, oh, some things came through. Now they're like, actually no, this is more entertaining than I thought it would be. It's the tones that you're getting.
That's what I aim to be. That is a hard question to ask an academic.
So you study?
I do.
I myself
at the Arcanatrix
are academic.
How would you answer?
Again, another chuckle. Because a clever response. And you can't tell if they're saying that's how they would answer or that's aimed at you.
Yeah.
Like, yep, very mirrored responses this person seems to give. And then they say, perhaps we have to go further back to give you a picture. The Ferrin, as you call them, were warped. Unfortunately, by my hand. And then there's obviously dramatic tension.
Yeah.
So, the item that I have retrieved And you're noticing it now, like at the other side of the room.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
so well sound the
Yeah.
corner. Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
yes, that.
the item that I retrieved will help me restore balance for a mistake I made.
Seems to be a lot of that going round recently. People trying to fix mistakes.
Is that what you're doing here?
Oh, I think it's what we've been trying to do for a while now. Not sure how successful we're being.
You and Nori.
My and our other friends.
Like plays with the cup, as you say, like
Yeah.
our other friends. Like
Some new, some older. We've been caught up in things maybe a bit beyond what we expected.
I often find that is the case, that we can find ourselves over depth. Sleep too quickly.
We're all like
Yep.
just sinking through the floor.
Yep. There's also like you can pick up the tone as well as there is a bit of melancholy in there as well.
Yeah.
Like it isn't totally just a flippant statement about you've just jumped in after me. What was that about? There's definitely
like a universal type truth.
Yeah, like everybody can relate to that. Like biting off more than you can chew.
Yep.
And so, and when you have the knowledge you seek from me, what will you do? Where will you go next? Back to your friend.
Preferably, unless there's something I can help with.
Like there's like a tap of the fingers, like the clack, 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 clack on the other like arm. It says, "How curious! A little bird flies into my cage and offers help."
You've done my city a great favour. It would be rude not to try and return it. I ignore the soul.
Yeah. Ignoring the big glowing crystal in the corner.
People being murdered in my city. Like I don't really care about magic item at that moment.
Like there's clearly like some deep thought happening in this like smoky form, and then after like that kind of like moment of consideration, that kind of almost exhalation of ha, and then saying, "Perhaps you could help. Perhaps you would get in my purpose." But I am not a threat to the people of the table, or at least those they protect. I cannot speak for the leadership of the table. Your blood causes me caution.
Causes many people caution. I cannot pick my blood.
If you could, would you change what you... It's like playing with the teacup again.
It was not my deal that caused me. And yet in some ways I'm punished for it.
They break the cup.
But in others, I'm given ways to help others, ways to be different.
And do you find
it's
that you
made
have
me
helped
more
others?
I'd like to think I have. I'd like to think in learning more about myself, I can make sure that I don't hurt others with what was gifted or cursed.
I think they kind of look to like the broken teacup. They go, apologies, it seemed to have broken the cup.
It's what happens sometimes.
Like
can always be mended.
They like just like put their hand like over the pieces and like slowly like they like float up and like try and like seal back together. Like it sits the cup back down and then like, flicks off the flecks of tea that are on their hand. And says, perhaps we should exchange names since we have exchanged pleasantries
Indeed.
excessive assistance to me and myself to you.
As I am the uninvited guest, I will go first.
Gestures.
I'm Myr'ra Pentergast. Of the Pentergast line.
I believe. Envy.
Indeed.
I wish to restore my... Can assist in this. I would be grateful. Stand up. They stand up, like almost as if like the billowing like flows off of them, and it reveals like all different like layers of like black armor.
Okay.
So this person's like, you know, not a million miles away from like the way like Riven's head to tone armor or Siri Thane's like head to tone armor, and you see like white hair cascade down their shoulders as well. Black crown spiked back the way. Say, my name is Brannon L, the First Blade.
Huh?
So, we close out on that scene.
Oh my goodness.
We close out on that scene. We go back to you guys in an epilogue scene of you guys picking up the pieces from the city having been shaken to hell. Obviously something, and at some point Myr'ra walks through back into Cascade City.
I run and I pick her up and I spin her about.
I hug back. If it's me.
Fucking chain on you if you ever do something so stupid again.
I'll probably do something as stupid again.
Then we're getting a fucking chain, aren't we? Oh, Myr'ra.
It's
Myr'ra,
been,
my dad.
like, Myr'ra's been away for about 10 hours, by the way.
Like,
where
Riven...
were you? What did you see? Did you speak to him? Did you find out anything? What is what? Tell us all. Tell us all.
You're not harmed, and I'm like taking your face and looking around, checking for injuries.
I'm fine. They were very, very polite. I make sure we're somewhere like secrety. I met he's the First Blade. It's Brannon L.
Bullshit. An illusion.
Huh?
I refuse to believe
this
it.
time.
He would hurt Modesta Lara for spying on him. Why would he do that? They are his kin. They are his representation at the table.
So, I think it's more complicated than history lets us believe. Like, way more complicated.
As she says that, we cut back. The conversation that I'm going to abridge, just because we're over on time. The conversation that I'm going to abridge as Almanis, or Brannon L, if you wish to refer to them as now, has with Myr'ra. As you discuss things, Brannon L explains that Soulwell was used to seal the Fae out. And the combined effort with devils and the Ironroot elves. Nobody else was consulted.
Okay.
Because of the cost. And the devils didn't loop Brannon L into the full cost. They were obviously, as we know, quite upsetty about the Fae. So yeah. Let me finish. So the creation of the Soulwell was a combined effort between the Ironroots and obviously the the devils, as we kind of roughly knew before anyway. And its purpose was to, in some way, seal out the Fae. And the cost of doing that was the souls of every iron root.
The cost was the sloth's paradise.
Yeah.
Did it cost both, or just?
I mean,
I'm confused.
you could go ask Sloth for more information if you wanted on that,
Yeah.
but that's obviously Branonel's side of the story. It could easily have been both, but he clearly has a preference of what part of the story he wants to explain.
Yeah.
So Branonel goes on to say that he is.
So the Iron Root elves did not leave. They were taken.
Well, what did he say earlier?
They're turned into Ferrin.
The Ferrin
Yeah.
are
They're
the
still
Iron
here.
Roots.
We can't recognise them.
We've been fighting the
With
Iron
no
Roots this whole time.
And that's why they're hard as fuck. Their skin's made of iron.
Yeah.
We are fighting the strongest species in the world turned into monsters.
Oh man.
The other information he imparts with Myr'ra is that his plan is to put as many souls as he can tear back to put them into the Ferrin as they're now, obviously. You can probably piece all that together, hence why he didn't let you attack them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's his people.
Yeah.
It's his people.
It's this
Unless
Lord of the
those are
Rings. The elves are all the orcs. It's just the slow fucking devolution, if you will. But he wants to try and get them back.
Because it wasn't just a slow devolution, it was an overnight, no, you are all monsters.
Yeah, you're
now.
all fucked. You're all soulless.
And he helped create it. Oh.
Yeah. And
accidentally.
Yeah, he feels cheated by what transpired and betrayed by what transpired. His plan involves going against all 7 devils. Because he is going to strip them. He's going to strip them of every soul they're using to survive on this world and create the barrier.
I mean, the amount of souls they probably have is Falkwin. You could probably do that.
So yeah.
I mean, so on that note, Pride used the soul well, knowing its history. I guess we can infer. And also, Modestellara either didn't know this or has since learned it. I don't.
Well, I mean,
where does she fit into this? Does she
Modestellara
know?
probably woke up one day and went, "Why the fuck are all the iron roots gone? We've also magically got rid of the Fae, and he just built this." Probably all clicked together in her head when they fucking used that, and it has cost everything. We've won, but at an insane cost. And Sloth, I think Sloth's telling the truth because he got very upset about. He got upset about talking about Branonel like it was upsetting him. So
but again, if you betrayed a friend,
did he know?
Quite to think about.
Did he actually know? Like, Sloth's convinced he's lost his paradise as well. Did they actually understand what they had built?
Exactly, right.
Did you is it the nuclear weapon of going, oh fuck, what have we done? Is it the Oppenheimer effect of going, oh no, what? Because they didn't work on a blueprint. This thing didn't exist. Nothing like it.
Yeah.
Did they just not realize what? They were like, oh, it's only going to cost this. No, that's not enough. I'll take everything from the person who probably activated it, which would have been Branonel.
So, Myr'ra, you also learn that the reason why Branonel has been absent for this time is because he has been that knocked out. Essentially, this happened on the Black Spire and has been that they've only covered this many centuries later. To tie in with the weird activity that clearly Helborn and others have
was
detected.
Just him waking up. I think she gives him a lot of tea.
Yeah.
It's a lot of tea.
Also, He's that much of a badass that after this many centuries long nap, after being fucked by this, he still wakes up and immediately is badass, and the entire world is terrified of
keep in
him.
mind, it has been several years since they detected that magic.
Mm.
But
it
also,
also
that's pretty
explains-
immediate in this
Yeah.
in the
Yes.
context of like 900 years.
It
You
explains
know,
why he could do his magic in the room. Because if he built this place, he knows all the back doors.
Mm.
Is
If you
this your
build-
room now? Is it your
Uh-huh.
city?
Yeah.
Those were his responses to people claiming
He
his
built
city.
everything. He will know every failsafe it has. He will also know every little back door he's made to slip around. But the question now becomes, why is he not talked to the other kin of his, the other elves? Why has he not said, I'm alive?
I look forward to hearing about the politics.
Why did he hurt someone who's supposed to be an ally, someone he got a seat at the table? He blinded Modesta Lara permanently. Wasn't like I'm going to give you a migraine that's going to stop you seeing for about 3 days and then you'll be fine. It's a permanent bit of damage he has done to somebody.
That's assuming it was deliberate.
Yeah, it could just be residual magic. Could be
This is
like
also assuming
But
defense
he's
that
not
mechanisms
reached
on
out.
black
He's
style.
not went back to them. He's not reached to any. He's got
He's
3
here
different
now.
houses.
Might not
but
know
he's-
they're alive. Might not like it's been 900 years.
yeah.
But he's
And I
been
mean, this-
awake for 7.
This is also assuming the elves were concordant, right? Like the Iron Root were
Well, yeah,
so
for
much more
what-
powerful than the others. They could have been
Yeah.
tyrants for all we know.
And also through what Modesta Lara said is she wanted this thing gone. But again, is it that feeling of like it took my family, like part of my family away, wiped out, we'll call them cousins. It like wiped out all my cousins. There should have been 4 sets of us. There's now 3 because
It's
of that
also
fucking
like
thing.
we're assuming people know. Like this,
Modesta
you mentioned
Lara
the
does
Devils
not-
absolutely covered this up. And then it's the thing of, do we think Modesta Lara, like who said that she didn't like approve of this thing, knew for
Well, is
sure?
that why
I mean, she
Sloth
out and
gave
out
up the
said she would
sword?
have. Well, she out and
Yeah.
out said she'd have killed
Yeah.
Vermi for trying to open that vault.
Yeah.
But is that why Sloth gave up the sword? Did Sloth go, oh my fucking god, I just killed my friend and it didn't even mean it. I killed my friend and all of his children. I don't fucking want that anymore.
Yeah.
I don't want, like, I'm
And
out.
maybe
I am.
again explains that guilt of, I'm just going to be in a small house
Mhm.
and I'm not going to talk about it and I'm just not going to think about it.
Also explains why he chose Cascade
We know whose
City
door
to
we're
stay.
knocking first, though, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Oh.
imagine that Sloth's probably taking this attack poorly. Because I imagine Sloth's quite a defensive of this city. If they made it.
Mm.
I imagine he's probably not taking this very good. Yeah. But
I would-
now there's going to be the issue of convincing him, please don't do that, at least not to Sloth.
So,
Mhm.
the last thing that obviously Brananel says as he's introducing himself after his exposition monologue that we have for the sake of it is that he obviously says that he's Brananel, the First Blade, the last of the Summer Elves. What do you want to have as your montage epilogues, by the way, to this arc? Because that is this arc done.
Well, I
Oh,
wanted the
jeez,
answers
really?
off of Pride. That was the thing I wanted. I wanted to know why she fucking did what she did. She promised us answers. That wench.
That's the opening scene of the next one. Knocking on
Aye.
Pride's door.
I want
Oh,
Sloth's
that's
door.
long.
I
Store,
want to knock on Sloth's door. I want to have tea with Sloth and just give him a cuddle.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, I think he's struggling probably. If Riven couldn't get to Pride and be like, no, you owe us more answers, Riven would have just probably helped clean up the
No,
city.
like, I'll give you that scene. You can have that epilogue scene
Yeah.
for you. If that's what
Yeah.
Riven wants. So,
Riven wants to know why.
obviously,
fuck?
are you informing Pride of any of what you have learned from Myr'ra? Okay, that's fine. It's good to know. So yes, Joy is sent out of the room, and obviously it's whoever is in the party in this scene, if it's not just Riven, and Pride, obviously chewing the scenery, as she often does. And she goes, "Oh, I did promise, didn't I? I guess so. Have we chosen names for that town yet?"
To my knowledge. Perhaps you should ask for me. I don't get to name it.
I'll send her some suggestions. That's probably the best thing to do. She'll like that.
Sure, she will.
Then she says, ah. And she like takes like a much more serious tone as she like sits on like the side of her desk, like with, again, in her pencil skirt and brand new heels, and looks kind of down at like her nails, and then looks up at you guys, a lot more miserable than she's ever looked before. Says, do you have any idea what it's like being this old? And I'm not even the oldest thing here.
For what we know of. And I gesture almost like at the sky because I know she doesn't like talking about them. Supposed to refer because it gets.
I'm not supposed to
difficult.
be here at all. My kind aren't meant to walk this world. This is punishment. And then like she does like a shiver. Goes, you felt the cold when I had to gift you those souls. We are not allowed warmth or light. And then you can like, she stands back, like up off the desk and like stands back a bit, and then there is a flash of white light as if from like her back, like, as if wings, right? Big celestial white wings for like the tiniest afterburn in your guys' eyes, and the entire room is like flash frozen. And like, you can tell like she is like winced over in pain. That, and she goes, "This is what was denied to us. My divinity is locked from me. I have to be here suffering with you."
I choose to live in a human's body. Far more frail than you are.
Exactly.
To feel things.
No. How dull. My plan was to... why did I promise this? I think it's saying to herself. She goes, well, between us girls, I need a body I can die in.
Return? Cycle?
I was never part of the cycle.
Well, return to divine place.
No. I would be joining the circle. Or the cycle, she says, not circle. A way out of here.
Why Loudon of all people? You could have taken any pauper in the street and died
She goes,
overnight.
ew. Is her response to that immediately.
You could have picked anything and it would have been far easier than this.
She has the best skin. Even as a corpse, the bitch.
This is not to stroke your pride, but you are an attractive woman.
She does like that full, like, oh.
Again, you then went out and married. And I think Robin finally gives her like a look like, I am disgusted in you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you married him. Not sure about that.
She puts her hand
choice.
up, she goes, no. I have seen his lineage. Came from good stock.
Forgive me, but you just give extreme lesbian energy, but maybe that's just me.
She gives you like a very like wink with the tongue stuck out the side of her mouth. She goes, my plan was to have a child to inhabit.
But then you don't end up in the cycle.
I would be the child. And then I would grow, and I would die, and I would join the cycle. My divine corpse would rot in that vault. I don't even know if last. Did I decay? Can see.
This is going to sound excessively morbid, but there has to be a way to kill you.
She kind of grins and goes, I have tried many times. And quite frankly, I am bored of it. Why would I do those stairs and these heels?
It's probably a few broken ankles away, but listen.
She like cocks her
What
head and
you
goes, do we get it now?
No, but I never will. What you're trying to do with me is like trying to describe the color red to a person who was born blind. You're trying to do an impossible task.
I'd just
And
cut
I'm
their
trying my
throat.
best. It's not really part of the task. But what I'm trying to say is I'll never understand you. And you will never understand me, but we can attempt to. And that attempt, I think, is enough. I will never know what it feels like to live eternally. This body is rotting as we speak. Slowly. Yours will not. I live in a state of decay, you live in a state of constance. And one sounds as bad as the other, it's pure perspective. There's plenty of mortals out there who wish they could live forever, and there's plenty of evidently immortals that don't. We'll never understand that, because we will never be in each other's shoes. And you're desperate to try and get into ours. And I am sorry for that. Because I don't know a single sin in existence where parents would abandon their child the way yous were. I don't really
She goes,
care what
this
yous
is
did.
awfully sentimental.
It's the truth. I don't know what you and your 6 siblings did to them to cause this.
Oh, we were very naughty.
I don't care. If children are misbehaving, I usually look at the parents. You are as bad as your environment, as old as you get, but even then, it is a parent's obligation, duty, and honor to love and protect and nurture and care for their children. The fact you still call them mother and father, a title I would not give
She
them
goes,
for they cast
like
it
when you were saying
aside.
that.
Like they don't deserve that title from you. That title is earned. They are your creators at best. I don't care what you did. I don't care what the 6 of you did. There is no sin in existence where a parent should not still love their child at the end of. But maybe that's just me.
I don't think you've paid attention in your religious classes. Mother and father aren't exactly forgiving.
And that's the problem. And as I've said to my friends, I believe in your mother and father, but I do not have faith in them. Nor Eve. I have faith in death.
She kind of like leans forward and she goes, brings death.
Yes. But she is not death.
And she kind of like leans back and goes, I think that's a matter of semantics.
And you are the absolute empress of that.
She kind of like does that. Ha.
I know. So perhaps then I'm starting to learn how to speak in your tongue a bit better. But regardless.
Yes, I'd say we've got very close over these last few years.
I don't believe any creature is made to suffer. And the fact you're suffering, regardless of what you have done, you have fixed, I don't like it. And if I could help you, I would. Without any bargains, without any deals, if I ever came across a way could end your suffering, I would try and get it.
Kind of grins. Like, if only we hadn't made a deal where we stay out of each other's way.
And I am sorry for
She kind of grins.
hope
And she goes, do you know the weird thing? I think I believe you.
I am rubbing off on you as much as you are rubbing off on me.
Don't let your wife hear that.
Comes from the line of greed. I don't think you can be prideful, but Hedera would never let me go. And I would never want her to.
Wait, is there anything else you're wanting to get out of Pride as a group?
No, I got my answers.
Yeah.
I got a lot of answers,
That's
weirdly
pretty good
enough,
for me.
there.
Yeah.
Mhm. Does anyone else have anything they want covered in the epilogue?
I would be scared to have pride in my polycule.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, definitely fair. Anybody?
I will definitely make sure that I go home.
Mhm.
See my mum up.
Hope that my mum and dad are okay.
When you get home,
Oh no.
again, like the damage to the
Viktor.
city is like a thing. But when you get there, like your parents are like putting back whatever has taken damage. Probably just like the outside gardening bit of like their townhouse.
Yeah.
And then they obviously, as soon as they see you, hug you immediately, make sure you're okay, do the king all over you thing. Just be like, tried to message you to let you know. And then like your dad's just like shaking his head like, oh.
Oh no.
And then
Your gran
as
here.
you're ushered inside, there is a letter sitting for you. It has the wax seal of your grandmother.
Oh, I hope it's not another hat that bleeds. I will open the letter.
Yeah, and it is a request for you to visit her in Sin. There.
Oh.
My gran made me these socks, but every time I take a step, they scream as if it hurts. I don't know what to do.
I will look back at my parents and be like, oh, I have to go, don't I?
No, you don't, your mother says very adamantly. You absolutely do not have to go.
Oh,
Your dad's just like, probably has to go. Like, patting your mum on the shoulder, like counselling her more than you.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're like, he just mutters, she wants the house. Like,
I hug them again.
Yeah.
In that kind of like, I'm like a big baby bird now. Like, it's time to leave the nest and do that.
Yep.
But very happy they're okay.
Nori, anything you want epilogued?
Oh, knocking on Sloth's door, but I think that's the starting of a new episode.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Are you looking for conclusions or are you looking for openings? Because openings are definitely next episode. Conclusions are stuff I can probably offer. Much in the same vein of like Hannah and Nats.
I think Nori would be feeling a bit lost now. Because, again, the focus at the present time has gone. There are still a couple of questions, but I don't think it would be my place to ask them. For instance, I'd still like to get to the bottom of what happened to Samda. That was still one of our missions here to try and find that out. But I don't think that's my place. I think that's more your place.
I'm busy
a level
keeping
of
pride.
Correct.
I'm busy.
So exactly. So I don't think that would be my place to do that, though. I think that would be at that level of captain's conversation rather than a half-elven thief who she's chased through the city several times protecting the queen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It also does make Lockhart's job a lot easier, right? Like just offering her old job back. Like.
Oh yeah.
So there is that.
Would you take it? Or would
you did give her a sword.
Or would you head to Jink?
You did give her a sword to fight with. You could just go and have a casual conversation with her.
You stole her hairbrush. You can go and say hi.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
You could talk to her about her
give
son.
her hairbrush back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think that would be a.
No, that makes sense. So like,
it
needs to be something that feels poignant to you for like an epilogue scene. So, no, I'm okay with that. Falkwin, anything particular?
So, In my head, I have this set up as a sort of almost comic relief style thing, but it might end up being a very serious can of worms that I'm opening. So Falkwin's just sort of sitting there with Alu Ben chatting like, "Hey, Alu, were you an Ironroot elf?"
So, let me reframe this whole scene, shall I?
Sure.
So, you and I guess after the clusterfuck of activities that has happened recently, you find yourself a quiet moment to rest. Honestly. When you're in private, Alu Ben makes themselves like says, "We should talk."
Hmm.
And then
I think I know what this is about.
say,
You and him seem fairly similar somehow.
it seems to irk her, that comment. She says, "No, not quite. We have grown as a pair. I feel like, given the danger we found ourselves in, we found people we can trust. I feel I would be doing you a disservice if I did not trust you further, given connection. Well, for me to restore myself, we need to make sure that you can trust me." With that, she strips off the wind.
Okay.
And you see very clearly a very vibrantly blonde elf standing before you. And she goes, "My name is Alu Ben Goldleaf." That's that scene.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, I think that's nice. A nice ending is "pleased to meet you." And nice kind of fade out on that. So, with that in mind, what do you want to name the session?
Brannon L.
Okay.
I mean, it can
Although
be.
that's maybe too much of a spoiler for anyone watching after the fact.
Okay.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not even proud of myself for typing that.
Don't think I've even got a suggestion so far.
I had one in my head about an hour and a half ago, but it slipped away.
Fair. So you need to pop them in chat when you get them.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to finding out what the name of that new settlement is.
The town formerly known as Redfall.
I know. I'm open to suggestions, by the way. I don't necessarily need to make up that name. I just know that it can't be anything related to Pride getting shown up.
Just
I put the Queen's Rise.
Prideful.
Queen's Rise is good.
Yeah. We've also got a suggestion from you. It's Hide and Seek. I found it to be a bad title given the amount of searching and running which was done.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I feel like we had that quite a few times as well. I think my favourite one we went, the Fae. The thing was like, wait.
That was a good misdirect, actually. I mean, I wasn't around when Chiral was Chiraling. But I guess the lack of colour just from Modesta Lara sort of scorching everyone's eyeballs and everyone mistaking it for Fey shenanigans.
The reason for that was just the sheer power in that move alone absorbs even the color around it because of how white the light is that comes out of that beam. Yeah, it's like nothing else has a chance to like. Okay, we need some votes as well. We got one. Got one vote.
Always be first.
Yeah. Always be alwaysing.
I'm too busy typing, and this thing just seems to go very slow when I'm typing on it, so stop it!
Okay, we'll wait for yours, don't worry. You could...
Slow down!
Okay, sorry. That's my fault.
Oh, come on. It's like I'm on dial-up here.
Is it Internet Explorer you're using, or are you still trying to get into Area 51?
Yeah, both.
We might have a tiebreaker, Victor.
That's okay. Just gotta keep putting things that I think of. Right, so what have we got? Vote-wise? We've got... voted.
I'm leaving the choice up to you.
That's Nori's voted. Well, the thing is, if it's up to me, if everyone's voted and there's a vote for the one I wrote, I'm obviously going to pick that. But what are our actual... So we've got the cost of victory, so well that ends well. I can't make that win. That's so terrible. I love it though, but it's so terrible. Fixing the past's mistakes, that sinking feeling. Well, I feel like we want to end with a positive, right? So are we going for fixing the past mistakes or so well that ends well? Because I think cost of victory is quite low, and so is that sinking feeling. So I think the other two have a positive spin on it. So fixing the past mistakes or so well that ends well. What do you think, gang?
If we change the grammar to be just fixing past mistakes, then I'm all on board for that one.
Yeah, I'll happily
I think there needs to be I think there needs to be an apostrophe in it the way I've done it there. But yes, go back for the other.
Yeah, happy with that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Fixing past mistakes. Yeah, cool. I like that too. That can be our episode title. Okay, so I'm gonna just deal with XP up front. I think that's fair. Obviously, everybody gets 5 XP because we finished an arc.
Yay.
Like, yeah. So we learned a lot in that session, and you did a lot in that session, so yeah. Right. And
we killed some Faerun. Yay! Oh,
I feel bad about that now.
They are still mindless, violent problems, so we do need to deal with them.
I find it funny that I accidentally said Mana Marco earlier because this very much seems like a Snow Elf Falmer situation.
Okay. I don't know the lore of that, but I'm willing to believe it's probably similar because there's only so many sci-fi stories out there.
There is one Snow Elf left because they all got bamfed out of existence.
And they get turned into the Falmer, which are sort of brainless feral
and they're
creatures.
an F, Falmer.
Oh,
the Falmer.
Oh, yeah.
The fallen Myr'ra, because the Myr'ra is what the elves called themselves. Yep. So the fallen Myr'ra. Yeah, they're these subterranean.
I know of the Falmer. I just didn't know that there was like a one singular snow elf left. That's cool.
Left.
Yeah, that's from.
I feel like if I did know, I would have felt more plagiaristic. So yes, I get to keep my integrity without that. However, wrap up chat time, folks, for the arc. So let's start with Nori.
For the arc or for?
I mean, the arc's done. This is arc 3 done. This is it. Suz. I think we've lost you. Oh no, we've still got you.
No, still here. Just thinking. I expected to have about 30 more seconds to think about this, but this has been really enjoyable. I think we've got ourselves lost in the politics of this sometimes, rather than just being, I won't say a straight whodunit, but we've sometimes got ourselves tied in in knots, where, as we've discovered as we've gone through it, there's sometimes a simple out that we've just missed, that we just can't see. Your world building continues to fascinate me.
I'm glad. Hopefully it's good fascination rather than frustration fascination.
There's a balance, but as I say, sometimes it's our own heads getting us tied up in the politics. My only questions are round about my own character. I should have changed something else. I should have had my epilogue sitting, maybe looking at the Bronzebark elves within Cascade City, wondering whether or not I should actually go and get rid of my angst, shall we say.
But that maybe can be the last shot we had of Nori, just that kind of looking at like whatever commune of Bronzebark elves might live in the city and being like, you've got that choice of like standing up from the bench looking out over it, and you've got the path away from them, the path towards them, and maybe it fades out before we see what one you pick. Right?
Yeah, I think that would have been, now that I think about it, that would have been nicer.
I mean, that is what was nicer, because that's what happened, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is now. Yeah, yes, definitely. Definitely. Have you written the next arc?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Because I'm there, let me put it that way.
Do you want to know the name of the next arc? The Last of the Summer Elves.
Yeah, go on.
That is the arc. That's arc 4, The Last of the Summer Elves.
Are the rest of them on the moon, though?
I'm in.
Absolutely on the moon.
Any other thoughts, Chris?
No, it's just been enjoyable. As I say, from my background, I'm usually dungeon trawling and things like that, but this is a bit more mind games, and I like it. It's really making me think a lot of times.
Good, glad. It's nice to have seen a bit more of Nori in this arc as well.
It is.
Which has been, good. Thank you for playing. Been good. Riven.
Why are we always a whole far in over our head? That feels like the theme of every arc we've been in, is just like, this is so much more than all I used to. It so much has happened, and even though at the start of this, Riven was ready to rip Pride apart if she could, it just seems everyone's a miserable, poor soul. Everyone that's managed to like start creeping out the cycle and getting a little bit too old, it's just like, oh fucking hell, can you just? I mean, Pride's whole thing was, I want to die. That was Pride's entire goal. And it's like, what the fuck?
Pride was very done with the existence they have now.
Yeah, it is too much for them. Like, this eternal existence of cold and dark, even just, and that's why I use the line, like, I can never understand how you feel. I'll never understand what it is to be this eternal thing that's just misery all the time. None of the devils are happy. It seems they're all just kind of doing their thing and going along. Fucking
why
Iron
do you
Root.
think Pride keeps Joy around?
A fucking bad joke. I know, it's awful. I genuinely think Sloth didn't know. I think they had a bit of an Oppenheimer moment and went, what have we done? What have we done? Oh fuck, what have we done? We made a thing and we didn't actually fully understand it because we've never built this before. No one has, and thank fuck they haven't, because we shouldn't. I do imagine if we bring up to Sloth that we used it, we might be in a bit of trouble. I think Sloth might take that poorly and be like, so we just reincarnated people through the soul well, and he'll be like, the fucking what now?
Also, we lost it.
But again, it would be, how do you broach, Branonel's still alive, by the way.
Mm.
He's in the fucking big spire in the middle of the fucking water. I mean, I imagine Sloth would either take a boat and row there because Sloth might do that, or just Banff. Who fucking knows? But yeah, so much happened. It was and wasn't a happy ending. It was that way of like, we got Samda back, who's going to hopefully get to go see her family. We got Loudon back, who got to have the moment with her child, and hopefully is going to get to go with the man she loves and live her happily ever after. But in the end, it was just this realization of how much beating the Fae cost and how unhappy so many major players in the game actually are. The 7 are probably miserable. Fucking Branonel's just suffering eternally, and his entire species are fucked. The elves are just feels like something's wrong with them. I feel like Margot and Verme are the only two, and Verme's just like, I've got my mom, I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Margot's just like, ah, fucking hell, here we go. But it's just everything seems like it's in so much pain, and you're like, can we? Because I don't want him to kill the 7. I don't think they really knew, and I don't think persuading him's going to be that easy. But yeah, I mean, you could just send Pride to him because she does want to die. She can't get her wish, but. Yeah, it was this horribly bittersweet thing of like the realization of how much it actually did cost to like beat the Fae was so much more than anyone expected, and I feel like a lot of them would have taken it back if they could.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad that it's like, ugh, and they have to live with it. Like the people, all bodies involved are eternal and have to live with that decision forever. Which is pretty. It's like it is that kind of like horrible moment at like the end of the Two Towers and Lord of the Rings where it's like, yay! They're still not at fucking Mordor though. Like we've had a victory, but so much of this is hollow. So much of this is cost. But it's been fantastic. Surprised we didn't lose any major players in the attack. Probably got a lot of rebuilding to do in that city. But
it's
yeah,
why I was so quick to like wrap stuff up, because really it would be going around what the pieces were left behind ultimately if we had another session, and yeah,
it would be going around and just either info dumping that the Iron Roots are alive on the other elves and being like, by the way, it's him that's over there. In which I do wonder how Modesta Lara will take that, either no, you're fucking lying, or what? He blinded me though. So yeah, we've got a lot of emotional things to probably deal with later on. But it's been absolutely fantastic. We managed to get the answers we were looking for. Just one thing we need to hope is Chiral's going to be okay. Because
how do you think Branonel would take the knowledge of Chiral?
Really fucking badly. But I think that if you told him the story.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
I don't know what Branonel thinks of a locked away Fae.
Who was locked away by the Fae.
By the Fae for doing something that ultimately helped the mortals.
Yeah, for bringing in silver, and then it was something to do with moon glass.
Yeah.
We've forgotten about that. We
Moonlight
don't really
glass
know.
was a material.
Moonlight glass. So, like,
Don't worry, it's in the notes.
I don't know if it would be worth saying to Branonel, that one, by the way, is the reason you got Moonlight Glass. We don't know how important that is, but it probably fucking makes the soul cairn, I'm betting. Something's huge. It's like, but that's the one. That one, the other Fae do not like. So I don't know, but that is the one thing. We did it, but oh boy, there was so many costs in every fight this world's seen. It appears. But thank you so much for running another wonderful arc. As always.
Glad you enjoyed. Thank you. Thank you for playing as well. Nice to see quite a lot of Riven-centric stuff this arc as well, which was nice. And obviously kind of like in Cascade City where a lot of Riven's backstory takes place, and the NPCs important to her, being the best friend. So yeah, very, very good. Everybody has to go to the iRing store and get their phones charged as well. That's definitely a thing.
Resembling.
Oh my
Bring
god.
to me.
Yeah.
Just in general, Riven was the boss this arc.
Thank you.
I say that as if this isn't the first arc I've played with any of you, but
Thank you
Riven
very,
was the
very much.
boss.
I must protect my babies.
So, I think that was.
Yeah, that was me.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Besides, like, again, seeing what Riven's capable of in combat versus what they're capable of, like, in diplomacy. Definitely a very, very well balanced character for someone that hasn't specialized in diplomacy. It's always nice to see the interactions because there's been some damn heavy hitting conversations with certain NPCs. Even to the point where you guys convinced Pride to actually say all that shit in the first place. Like, yeah, definitely very humbling, I would say, for them in the end. And probably explains why they don't seem to give a fuck. Like, ultimately.
They just want out. They just want out. They're like, at this any point, get me the fuck out.
Thank you. So, Falkwin.
Sure, we can do me next. Yeah, wow, what a first I don't know, game arc. Arc game. What a first game to play with you guys. That was really, really fun. I loved playing Falkwin. I loved the dynamic with Aluben. I loved you guys. You guys are awesome. And it does not feel like it's been only 6 sessions. The time has flown in for me.
Glad you've enjoyed it. It's been good having you in the group as well. I think you fit in quite well with the dynamic. Again, anyone that's willing to come into a new group, especially like an existing group that's had history in a world, willing to do the catch-up conversations and then lean in with every piece of nonsense that's going on. It's good. So yeah.
If there's anything I can do, it's lean into nonsense.
Yeah.
But no, it's been lots of fun. It's been lots of fun.
Good.
Yeah, and I really, really like just sort of getting to immerse myself in a totally new, totally different world and sort of learn about it along with Falkwin. Because Falkwin is was just a normal dude with his own stuff going on, and we've had that between us with Aluben, obviously. But all this sort of higher stuff with the devils and with the gods and with the Ironroot elves and so on, Falkwin doesn't really know much about, so it's been sort of a good conduit for me to get into the world that way and learn more along with him.
And to be honest, a lot of the party were learning as you were learning, right? Like, it wasn't like they had a lot of info about that. We'd only really touched on certain things, because each arc was like, the first one was very small, zoomed in, and obviously I got to then develop a lot between the first, because I had the buy-in from the group by that point, so I could go, here's some more detail we can now handle. And then obviously you get chucked into the blender at that point, where it's like, we're already in, let's go. So yeah, and it was a bigger scope story for me. It's why I took you to the capital as well. To like, this is where a lot of important shit happens. Funnily enough, let's scope that. So yeah, it was nice getting to that, and just getting to develop the Aluben Falkwin dynamic as well. It's nice to see that kind of grow.
I feel like it definitely ended in a different place than it started.
Oh,
I'm maybe even slightly mournful of that. I really liked the Falkwin who hit the ground running with the sort of weird quirks of just interrupting his conversations to be like, yeah, Aluben, I know, don't worry about it. I tried to bring that back every so often. I feel like there was some element of me just as a person forgetting to put that in. While
you mean what you were saying is you were actually having those conversations in your own head with Aluben rather than with us, which is perfectly fitting because we wouldn't be privy to those.
Yeah, but so maybe part of it is that Aluben spent a good chunk of the middle not being present, so I couldn't do that then. And then obviously today when I tried to do it for some fun, it's like, oh, but right, we're in the room where I can't talk to her. Oops. she didn't just vanish, she also vanished, and that is cut off. Ah, yes, I forgot that's how that worked. which was unfortunate. But I like sort of Falkwin's origin as well, for how he came into the campaign as this sort of goofy, nerdy magic item, like magic item geek, who just sort of talks to his imaginary friend a lot.
It was a good puzzle piece to attach to the group as well, given the current plot. And someone with a magical curiosity in a fantasy setting is an easy character to fit into a group, because it's hey look, magic bullshit. I'm probably going to want to know about that. It's a good trope to have. Yeah, good.
Yep.
Thank you for playing.
And great. I hope to be back for the next and future arcs.
Excellent. You are muted.
Hello?
There we go.
Can you hear me now? Yay!
There we go.
I've had such a good time. I think that Two Towers is a really good, like, it's that kind of like, you keep zooming out. And you know I love when there's more bits of the world.
I know.
And I do. I do enjoy the slight out of depth feeling, because it is that thing of going, oh, the world's so much bigger. Like, we have more important shit to worry about now. Like, we were like, so, like, I love that kind of like the scoping out. Oh lordy, thank you so much for letting me poke a thing and letting me go through the floor. That was amazing. I was just like, yes. I also enjoyed your understanding of, oh yes, no, Hannah would like to talk to the person who's got evil in their title.
Yep.
That's absolutely a thing that Hannah would enjoy doing. There's no history with that at all.
Not at all. Yep.
I'm so excited to see like how this now pans out, because there's so many major players who are incredibly sad and all need hugs, but also are all like pitted against each other, and everyone seems very valid, and you're just like, I don't really know how we resolve this in a way that doesn't kill everything. But also, you need your people back. This is awful. I feel so bad. But yes, I'm excited. And oh lordy, grandmother is on the table. She's coming. I love it. I am so enjoyed everybody's like backstories coming into it more, and like little moments. I like that everyone feels very tied to the world. I loved meeting Hedera and Talanis. Well done, bravo for that, because I was very much like, my parents are over here and we're not going to look at them, so you can't hurt them. I want to put them in a corner, and occasionally ring them to be like, you are staying inside, correct? But yes, I have adored it. As always, I very much enjoy the world building and the spinning and the politics. And I'm excited to see us continue. We've gone like town, city, continent, the whole world next time, guys.
Especially if the devils
the
are
moon.
Not been on a boat yet.
Been on a boat yet.
No boats, no moons. Yep.
We also
And
forgot
yes.
about the Rakshasans.
I did not.
So we could do Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker and do an arc where we're on a boat, except the boat is actually taking us to the moon. Spoiler for Endwalker, sorry if anyone's not played it yet.
To check Amblin's status as soon as we come back. I am finding that man and seeing if he's on the moon.
I mean, yes. I would be very upset if you didn't spend some of the fourth arc dedicated to Master Amblin.
Yes.
Just because that feels like a fun story. That, you know, and
just a fun side quest.
Yeah.
Might be tied in, who knows?
Yeah. Who knows?
This is the sort of thing. When you're playing a video game, you can just decide, okay, I've had enough of the main story for now. I'm going to do some side quests. Now seems like a fine time. But when you're actually like RPing,
no,
it feels so much more like,
I mean,
okay, but we need to do this right now.
Is this the challenge we give Viktor as he makes an actual one-shot? An
won't
actual one-shot
It
of
won't
just
be.
us in the Arcana tricks with Master
Nope.
Amblin. Whatever that ends
It'll
up
be
being.
tied in. It'll be tied
Just
down.
a little Arcana tricks. Like, we have to help put all the books back, and it's just like, whatever the fuck happens there. Just a mini wee 5-hour
It
one-shot.
never worked.
I think that's for Duel, Master Duel. You're thinking
Master
of?
Duel, sorry, yeah.
Amblin's
So
the moon
true.
one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd like to do
So
as well.
that's already
Supervised.
2 one-shots now.
So true.
It's already
No.
I
Number
love
3,
it.
me finding out who's hunting me.
exactly
So
right.
true.
Or if I am being
we
hunted.
do like the spin-off stories. Like this is like
Yeah.
See, this is why I made
Like,
Riven such
Rogue
a
One,
basic
Star Wars.
character of just, I got really big and got good with sword. I have friend, I have wife.
And then look how Arc 3 turned out, where it was quite Riven-centric.
then-
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, but I have no weird backstory or anything to come hunt me. I am just me.
I always think that's
There's no
a good way to
consequences.
start, because then you're just in the moment.
But like that's the other thing I'm quite pleased at is that you have so many other things you want to go explore in the world that wasn't necessarily related to your actual quest arc, right? That's a win in my books for a world building point of view. I want you guys to care about the world being there, otherwise it doesn't matter, right? So it is nice to see that. Yeah. Thank you all for playing. A fantastic arc. I thoroughly enjoyed the journey. Definitely a lot of loose ends to tie up, which we can obviously discuss for the next arc, if indeed it forms. Yeah, he's going to all have XP, an extra XP. There's no need to like divvy out who was the best. I feel like that's nice enough that everybody can just be like, everybody did a lot in this arc. We definitely learned so much more about all the characters. It wasn't like, you know, the only downside being Alexander didn't have a lot of free time in his schedule, unfortunately, so we only got bits and bobs of Lockhart, but he was quite centric in the first 2 arcs, which was good. So the screen time has a lot of Lockhart, but we were sadly missing him this particular arc. But who knows? He has been to the other continent, so if you wanted an excuse to go over there, like, he's been on a boat. I mean, he's been trying to take down pirates before, so...
Did he need to do a whole arc on the boat?
No, he actually had a one-shot with a bunch of different people on the other continent a year before the first story arc took place. Times of the timeline. So Lockhart has that little adventure under his belt that was ran in person at my flat. But yes, anyway, thank you all for playing. We're going to just wrap up here now because we're way fucking over, but at least the arc is finished.
Yay!
And as I said, arc 4, last of the summer elements. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.